Hello everyone and welcome. This is the All 12 Signs video series for Mercury in Virgo. I'm going to be talking mostly about the retrograde phase itself, which is coming up. We are currently in shadow. Today, the day of recording, this is the moon's day. The moon is in Taurus and we've got Jupiter square the sun. So this is some lovely wisdom energy coming through today. I will hopefully be reading in this video for Pisces and Aquarius. All depends on how long the readings go on for. My name's Chloe. I work with card divination, astrology, and I channel energies through my body. It's just one of the ways that I channel, drawing in energies from different dimensions to help us heal, clear stuck energy, and open up portals with the cosmos to help us get in alignment with our soul's journey. In these readings, I focus on you, how the energy is showing up for you. Why is that? Well, you are the most consistent thing in your life, right? The more that we understand ourselves, the more that we are mindful of our thoughts, actions, and emotions, the more that we peel back those onion layers linked to trauma responses, limiting beliefs that we all have. Doesn't matter how good your life was, there's going to be stuff going on in your unconscious, right? The more that we observe our actions in the present and take the steps back and get to the root of it, the root of those emotions and those response mechanisms, the more that we get in alignment with our soul, right? And that changes our frequency that we're putting out there. We've got a lot of stuck energy in our bodies, and the more that we're mindful and the more that we question these things and allow these energies to flow through us, the clearer our chi is, the more our frequency is able to co-create with the universe, right? And so that means that draws towards you situations that are in alignment with that. So work, romantic relationships, friendships, what kind of dynamics you're pulling towards you, all of those are going to be more in alignment with your soul. And that's not just it's all going to be good. This can be, I mean, it depends how you look at good, right? It's a very subjective term. Right, anything, the good, the bad, and the ugly that shows up, being able to maintain a state of calm, a state of serenity while you're still feeling grief, while you're still feeling frustration, while you're still feeling overwhelmed, that the more that we tap into ourselves, the more we create space for this really resonant part of the universe that is within all of us, to hold space for serenity and peace, right? And it doesn't mean that we shame or reject or abandon any of our emotions or hide from anything. This is about integration, right? I am not a fan of cord cutting, shaming the ego, shaming the shadow. I find these things to be very short-sighted, right? It's all about integration, being at peace with whatever's going on and letting it flow through you. We are the universe manifest in individual form. The universe signed up to experience this human condition, in my opinion. And the more that we don't shame certain situations and hide from them, the less loud they get, because they want to be seen, they want to be heard, they want their narrative to play out. And you can allow that without necessarily connecting to it, right? And just letting it be part of you. And the more that we don't shame and reject things, as I said, that hiding away from something, the less that part of your unconscious space and your soul's expression of the universe needs to really be loud and shout in your face, right? We see so much unintegrated trauma out in the collective, right? This is, in my opinion, everything comes from love or the lack thereof, right? And the more that we reject, the more we are denying love. Like a deep, unconditional love. You don't have to agree with everything that's going on. You don't have to agree with people's opinions or situations. You can still hold space for love for them while having preferences, right? You can forgive, but not condone the actions. And so our unintegrated collective trauma is really, really, really loud right now. And the more that we do the inner work ourselves, right? Because that's really overwhelming. There's so much going wrong in every different direction. There's also some really beautiful, beautiful things out there, and I absolutely love it. We are both a phenomenal species, but we're terrible. This is the duality of the universe. This is the light and the dark, the chaos and the order all coming together in one formation, right? So the more that we do it for ourselves, the more it ripples out in the people around us, this integrated energy, the more it ripples out in our society, and it also is then available for the collective consciousness, the more of us. So you're not only just helping yourself, the people around you, but you're helping the collective by being really true and integral with who you are and not being afraid to look at those things that may really trouble you, those parts of you that you're like, oh, I don't like why I do that. Why do I do that? And instead of hiding from it and then it getting louder, like really sit with it. It's okay to not, like, everything is perfect, right? Every moment is perfect. We're never going to have this same moment again. If we start rejecting parts of us, we can't integrate, and therefore, like, then that just gets, as I said, gets louder and louder and louder. Anyway, right, I've been talking a lot about this, right? So if you had any like personal questions linked around love or business or something like that, do check out the description box where my email address is. Send me an email. I will get back to you. I really like to tailor to the client. And so the reason why I bring it up now is because, like, court cards, and there are certain cards in the tarot that can be really linked into other people or certain situations. I try and really just read it for you, right? That's the way that I like to do it. If there are strong messages around those situations, I will bring them up, but the main focus is going to be about you. Same with astrology. For me, the natal chart is entirely you, but also very much not you. It can be about other people coming into your life or certain situations getting activated at certain time frames. So these are both different ways that I would use in personal readings. So just wanted to let you know that's the situation. And this is for the Mercury retrograde. So far in each introduction, right, in the first video, that was the Virgo and Leo video, that was a general reading on the retrograde itself. In the introduction, I try and always bring in different themes for these transits, just so you have like a full, well-rounded understanding, especially when it's a longer transit like this, of how this is showing up. And then you can start to sort of think about how that's showing up for you. The second video, which would have been Cancer, that was the opposition with Pisces, where we have Saturn and Neptune, and throughout this whole transit of Virgo, of Mercury being in Virgo, we're going to have this opposition, whether it's by degree or just by sign. That energy, that polarity that we need to get into balance, that is going to be really, really important. The third video, which was the Gemini video, that was my favorite aspect that I pulled cards for. This is the square with Vesta, which is an asteroid, and that's happening on the day of Mercury going retrograde. So that felt really powerful. It's linked into soul contracts and how we're reevaluating the clauses that we've got and what's working for us moving forward, and that's very, very powerful. What was the next one? Taurus and Aries video, the fourth video, that was about basically we've got this grand Earth trine going on by sign. So we've got Jupiter and Uranus over in Taurus, we've got Pluto over in Capricorn, and Mercury and Mars at the moment over in Virgo. So this is a big Earth energy. This is about getting stuff done. There's a sense of solidity here, of what's being formed, this whole new thing, because this is the first time in 30 years that we've had a Mercury opposition and retrograde in Virgo with Saturn in Pisces. So this is a big shift for us all. Really enjoying the readings that have come through. I think they've been a lot of fun. In the Leo reading, right, so I've got this candle here that I've been using. It's a road opener candle, great for working with Mercury, and I've been using it since the first Mercury transit that I've done on this video, on this channel. And it cracked open while I was doing some energy work for Leo. Admittedly, the wick had got really close to the side, so that's not, anyway, this is the wonderful thing about the universe, is like that, the wick moving to that point and then it cracking on that moment are just a build-up of consequences, a build-up of synchronicities to that point. But I can still very rationally say, well, of course that's going to crack open at some point because the wick was really close to the glass and that's going to heat out the glass and then it's going to crack, right? But it's the timing of these things. This is how we work with synchronicities. It's a vast, complex layer of energies that are all entwining one another to get to this point, right? So that energy that came through with that Leo reading felt very, very collective. It was about sort of shifting and breaking contracts, and I just wanted to mention that for you all. Right, I work with the whole house system. This is based on, I use principles from the Greco-Roman period, the Hellenistic period over 2,000 years ago. I also work with my own intuition on top of those principles. I work with the whole house system. So each sign falls in the whole of a house. I really recommend, if you know your time of birth and you know your natal chart, look to the first house and read that one first, whatever sign falls in that house. This is called your rising sign. This is where your ascendant is. This is a very powerful house. In a lot of ancient traditions, this one was a big deal, right? This is kind of like the navigator of you through the world. It doesn't invalidate you looking at any other sign. We have all of them in the chart. Particularly your Mercury. Maybe look for your Mercury sign for this transit. your sun, your moon, whatever, it doesn't matter. Look to where that sign falls in your natal chart. Look to the house that it's in, the themes of that house, and apply those themes to the messages that come through. It's as if that sign has now moved to the first house, but with all the themes of your natal chart. And you'll just get an understanding of the sort of the holistic, well-rounded looking at how this transit is not just affecting wherever you've got Virgo, it's affecting the whole of your chart, right? And it's going to be showing up for different areas of your life in different ways. Yes, there'll be some like common stronger themes when you're looking at your rising sign to where Virgo falls, but there will also be lots of other stuff going on as well. Right, I think that's everything that I wanted to say. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate your time, and energy is so precious, right? So it means a lot to me, even if you're spending a couple of minutes just going, what is this? What is going on here? And I really do appreciate it. And so in this introduction, you see, I've got all these cards here. I always pull cards for transits from different decks before setting up the altar. And these were the cards that came out, and I'm going to be reading what this message is for us all in the next introduction. As I said, I am aiming to read for Pisces and Aquarius. We are at the midpoint, so I've already done Virgo through Aries. I always start with the sign that the transit's happening in and then work my way backwards. It's just what I do. So we're starting with the opposite side, right? So the opposition with Pisces, and then we're moving on to Aquarius. I should imagine it should be both of them. If they're not, it'll just be in a different video. Thank you all for being here. Be good to yourselves, be good to those around you, and most importantly, be well until we meet again. Well, so the first card that we have, so they put them in the order that they wanted to go in, is the comic. This is the Wild Unknown Archetypes Oracle by Kim Krantz. I love her work. I think her imagery is beautiful. The words that she does in her book are also really beautiful to connect to, and there's always so much resonance with the transits whenever I pull these cards, and this made me laugh. I love the fact that the comic came up first, right? Mercury is also kind of known as a trickster, very playful energy. This is sort of the looking to the Gemini side of it as well, because Virgo can be very practical. But I love how this is coming up because Mercury retrogrades can be very disruptive. They can shake things up. They're here to help you understand things that you may have missed, or redirect you through that disruption, and just helping create new neural pathways as well, especially in an earth sign. And this is the comic, right? So I always try and say, even if you've got something that's going on that's difficult, that's not turned out not how you wanted it, right? Find that space to laugh at the ridiculousness of being a human being in this crazy, crazy universe. How on earth do we exist? It completely baffles me. Right, okay, so I'm going to read from the book. The comic, the Joker, the clown, the fool. I like the full energy because it is saying that we're starting a new journey in this Virgo area of our chart, as well as this integration. One of the main messages that's been coming through with this Pisces Virgo opposition is integrating the magic into the practical world, right? Starting a new adventure in the way that we understand and facilitate our 3D experience. Virgo is very much about facilitating out in the world and making a clearing stuck energy as well in order for it to be in flow. The comic carries a remedy for all that ails this world. Amid the deepest pain and suffering, there is always the potential to lift up and out of the darkness through laughter. Laughter is the most powerful thing, along with love, right? Go and maybe watch a stand-up that you really like if you're feeling down, and just switch off for a moment and allow your body to laugh. Allow that energy to release itself and reconnect to the how we find joy, right? Laughter. I remember this came up for the Leo full moon video that we had at the beginning of the year, that laughter is so important for our heart health. Laughter is so important to be able to feel joy in the 3D world. Virgo can be very self-critical and very judgmental of itself and the world around it, just because it's so observational. It's able to see where the faults are. That this is really calling you to, yes, still be an observation, but make sure you laugh and you don't fall into a pit of self-destruction. Right? Though dismissed by some as lowbrow or unsophisticated, this archetype actually has a high advanced mind. So we're going to Mercury, the way that we collect information. Some may use the word genius, as human requires one to see. Virgo is very much about being in a state of observation. It is earth sign, it is yin, night in nature. This is a time where we sit back and observe and collect information in order to strategize and make actions later on. And it's ruled by Mercury. Mercury is very much about how are we absorbing information, how are we sharing it. It's about flow. It's about binding bits of words together, binding info. We're constantly in a state of downloading and absorbing and expressing, right? That's everything we do is communication. It's not just about talking. That Mercury's about binding and linking things together. As human requires one to see the situation from afar rather than be swept away by the drama. The comic, and that's a good tip as well, again, of like this retrograde. There can be things that you've wanted to happen and they don't happen, and then you can get bogged down in it, right? Stuck in the moment of it rather than sort of zooming out and being like, okay, where is this heading? Am I open to change? Am I open to going down different routes? The comic sees and accepts the messiness of life, using it as the material to be mixed and shaped into a potion to soothe the stressed and serious mind. Okay, that's so appropriate for Virgo, because Virgo likes to clear up mess. Virgo likes to solve problems in order to try and create this sense of order, and that can go too far. That can be too extreme. It's a wonderful skill to have, but like with everything and all the signs, we can go to extremes of these things, and it's everything in moderation, including moderation, right? And so it like can get very stressed and very serious about that, very practical. And this is saying, no, just find that ability to break out every now and again, to bring in that laughter. They literally lighten us up. Thus, within the comic is usually the sage or the magician. Now, the card that represents Mercury in the tarot is the magician. Mercury was known as well in its tradition of being a healer, right? It has the caduceus, I always get that wrong, which is the symbol used for pharmacies and doctors. It's the two snakes entwined with one another. So there's this element of being through our actions and our understanding and moving through the world. We have the vast capacity to heal, but do bring in laughter. We've got that trickster energy that can be Mercury as well, of making light of serious situations in a way that sort of breaks that energy up and allows us to be able to then take action that's more productive moving forward. That sort of magician energy. Usually the sage or the magician working healing magic upon any audience who will lend an ear. The comic may be the archetype that heals the deep division in our world, one pun at the time. The comic has plenty of shade to throw on others, and it can fall into shadow at the drop of a hat. Be aware of their sharp claws, and be aware of your own shade. Be aware of the line that you can cross when there's an element of cruelty rather than an element of humour. Jokes and smiles are a sign of a happy heart. Be wary of the spiritual practices or teachers who leave the comic by the wayside. Right, so when light, hilarious, ingenious, spirited, easygoing. Okay, they like the word easygoing. Just go with the flow of stuff here, guys, right? The retrograde is about going over territory 3 times. We are currently in the shadow phase, which I'll talk about in each of the signs. And so there is an element of just allowing things to move through you. When dark, sarcastic, harsh, brooding, drunk. Go deeper, images of the laughing Buddha, stand-up or improv comedy. I have a laughing Buddha. I've had this on my table for a while now, just because it's been calling, like that energy I've been working with before I got the visualization of it, of as I said, being able to find the humor in the ridiculousness of life, right? And not getting too caught up in the seriousness of it. It's not about not having integrity, but it's about being able to hold space for both of those things. All the possibilities of, we are multidimensional, multifaceted beings, right? We are not just one thing at any given time. Okay, let's move on to the next card. So, again, this is another Kim Krantz deck. As I said, I find her work and visualizations to be phenomenal. This is the Wild Unknown Alchemy Oracle, and this is Wise Salt. So I love how we've got humor, and now we've got wisdom coming in. Wisdom, grit, perseverance. Wise salt is the sacred ingredient of preservation. In due time and with due experience, the alchemist slowly develops these granules of wisdom that can someday be passed to another. Salt retains, preserves, and absorbs. It brings complexity to flavors and grit. They're just moving over my heart chakra, and grit to slippery roads. Such is interestingly, the grit to slippery roads. So we're going back over to the same roads. We're going back over the same territory. And the grit is implying like what may happen, the changes that may happen. With this grit and this understanding of where you're at isn't going to have you fall over. Isn't going to have you slip and slide all over the place. That you're able to keep going over this landscape without feeling like you've got the rug pulled out under your feet. And also, very appropriately, Saturn is over in Pisces, which is linked into the ocean. It brings, where was I? Such is the magic of Sal Sapatine. Someone who carries wise salt is immediately recognizable. Their words hold meaning. Their stories are deep and true. So I talked about contracts. Like we're reassessing the stories that we tell ourselves. We're reassessing the stories our souls have signed up for, and bringing with retrogrades. The word deep has come up so much in the readings. Is that this opportunity to go over something 3 times is allowing us to bring nuance and depth into the stories that we tell ourselves, right? And the narratives that we're entwined with, and the binds and the contracts that our souls have signed up for, and how we're elevating them. They have wisdom that cannot be attained by any other means than decades of pain and pleasure. You may experience wise salt through the elders of the community. When this card appears, know that everything you are going through will be of use down the line, right? So that it's acknowledging the fact that difficulties can show up. Do not do not rush into things. Be aware of this. Allow this to move through you. That there's something further down the line that we're not aware of, right? So the human race can be incredibly impatient, and retrogrades teach us. So many planets are retrograde right now. Venus, Neptune, Saturn, Pluto, Jupiter, and Uranus are going to go retrograde. So there's a lot going on. The only one who isn't going to be retrograde this year, for the rest of this year, is Mars. So Mars is definitely forging forward. When this card appears, know that everything you are going through will be of use down the line. Alchemically, you are being brined. Preserve what you can, let go of the rest, and lean heavily on your elders. So look to wisdom, look to this understanding, right? Think of retrogrades. You're going back over, you've gone through this cycle, this territory 3. You'll be going through this territory 3 times. The elders, they've been in a lot of cycles. So there's an understanding of patterns, an understanding of what's at the root of things, of what's fundamental in order to take forward. Like so many studies have been done where they just say, elders say, just have more fun, just enjoy the moment, rather than being in a state of fear. I mean, that's easier said than done, but the more that we can do that while still acknowledging that there's stuff to be done, like there's balance here. Okay, what else did I want to say? Yeah, I think that's everything. They are recommending sort of maybe have a bath, a salt bath. I've been saying that, or use salt consciously in your meals, bless and thank it for its quality. So really bringing in that energetic principle of salt and the wisdom that it has in order to, salt also brings flavor, right? It enhances flavor. So also we've got 2 elements of the rainbow. We've got this element, we've got it here, and then it's in full throttle here of finding depth, and in every moment trying to like bring in this sense of joy, right? Bring in this sort of, no moment is ever the same, and like using that salt to amplify your experience. Just had an energetic release at that one. They like that. Okay, so the next card up is the Spirit Messages Oracle deck, and this is by John Holland, and it says, take a moment, stop, now is not the time to rush into decisions you are about to make. Well. Hello, retrograde. Before the important decision is made, take a moment to pause and quiet your mind so that you can ask your soul for guidance before you act or move forward. Not only is this a retrograde, this is a retrograde in a yin night sign, an earth sign, right? So this yin night signs, earth and water, they're bound by gravity, so there's a heaviness there. They are asking to slow down and be in a state of observation. So I've been saying, because it's Virgo though, which is ruled by Mercury, and it's more of a social earth sign, is going for walks or moving around in the world. You can be by yourself. Remember, Virgo is the hermit card. Be by yourself, listen to music, listen to frequencies, listen to the wind, connect to Mercury when you're moving around. Like Mercury does like movement, but still allow stillness in that momentum, in that movement. We can do both. Or go, Jupiter's over in Taurus, put your feet on the ground, go and sit and listen to the birds, listen to all the little sounds that are going on, and see what comes up before making these decisions. But this is also acknowledging, right, we're going to be in this until the 30th of September when Mercury moves out of shadow. I'm going to talk about the different phases in each sign, so don't worry if you're not quite sure what that means. I always find with retrogrades, it's not until planets move out into a new degree that they didn't retrograde over that things really start to kick off. Spirit has given you this card to advise you to have patience. Trust and know that you will receive the divine guidance that you truly need. Start by asking your inner guidance, should I proceed with this decision? Then ask yourself, how do I feel about this decision? And finally, if I make this decision, how will I feel about it in 3 months, 6 months, or a year from now? Remember that your inner guidance is a part of you. So use all of yourself whenever you feel the need, a little assistance or divine guidance. You don't always have to do it alone or relinquish your power to someone else when it comes to making decisions for yourself. Trust and have faith in the wisdom of your soul. It is and always will be your most valuable resource. They're just moving it over the heart chakra. One that's always there and waiting for you to ask for guidance to ensure the best outcome for you. Okay, so I love that message. It's sort of very much reconfirming, okay, don't just relax during this. Just see what comes up. Be in a state of observation. Okay, they're wanting to pick up this one first. So this is from the Carl Gray Gateway of Light Activation Oracle. All the decks are in the description box if any of them take your fancy. I always make sure that I do that. And so this is the Arcturian Light Codes, Evolutionary Downloads, Recalling Power, Future Thinking. So bringing the power that has always been within us, that we've had certain soul contracts that may have been blocking that. They're just tapping on my heart. Quite forcefully as well. That I found on my journey, it's just been a matter of remembering. It's not about evolving in something new. It's just, if you have the whole of the universe within you, do you have any possibility of evolving into absolutely anything? And so every moment of shifting and changing is simply just a remembering of that divine principle within us. So funny whenever I read from these cards, because I'm holding the books, like the energies are just like, but we want both hands. They've now put it over the heart chakra, at the throat, third eye, crown, back around the back of the throat to the front of the throat. Future thinking. Right. Which bit of this did I want to read? The message. You can evolve into a greater state of being now. This begins with how you approach even the most mundane of tasks in your own little universe. Show up in ways that you've never showed up before. Instead of checking out of this planet, it's time to check in, right? Virgo, social earth, being present, facilitating flow, and through that flow, finding the joy in your 3D existence. Instead of feeling that life is happening to you, realize that you have a huge part to play. Recall your power. Realize that you are part of the evolution of humanity, and it's time to become the leader you were born to be. It doesn't matter if you're leading yourself, very crucial, that one. Like being the adult in the room for yourself, committing to yourself. It can be really difficult. A lot of us suffer from neglect in one way or another, and that can mean that we then internalize that neglect to the way that we operate. I speak from experience. The key is to create more loving ways of doing things. Honor the ideas or thoughts that you have been having recently. If you've been hearing high-pitched noises, seeing flickers of light, or sensing that you are being visited by beings in your sleep, know that you're receiving downloads from heaven. The Arcturians are with you. So overall, just linking back into the themes that have been coming up quite strongly in the readings is that magic of Pisces, Saturn giving structure, Neptune bringing in different dimensional energy, feeding into Mercury that's now reassessing how we engage in the 3D world, social, earth sign, and put it into practical use, right? How are we bringing the magic of the universe from different dimensions, from however you want to tap into it, into our 3D existence? So that's finding the joy, the laughter, finding space and acknowledging the darkness while still being able to smile, right? And bringing in new upgrades from other spaces, from other landscapes. Okay, what's next? We've got the Mystic. So again, this is the wild unknown archetypes. The mystic, the seeker, the light worker, the dreamer. The mystic is often misunderstood in our culture, depicted as wandering or light-hearted daydreamer. Yet, like Shiva, the true mystic plays a critical role in society, remaining fearlessly dedicated to the path of transformation. They're tapping on the heart chakra. It's their favorite thing to do. It is like the center. It is love. As I said, love is at the root of love, or the lack thereof. Okay. Oh, right. So that was remaining fiercely dedicated to the path of transformation that I got quite excited about. In order to save the earth from darkness, Shiva swallowed the poison of the world and holds it in his throat, slowly transmuting the liquid into nectar. Again, that's kind of tapping in what I was saying about in the introduction that I try and mention every time is not about rejecting the darkness. You know, this was saying those who reject the comic as well. So it's not about rejecting any part of the human experience. It is all part of the tapestry of what we're doing. And again, it's that's leading to rejection and shame and isolation and abandonment, right? It's I've got my own abandonment issues, which I'm pretty worked through a lot of those. But I have this drive of no one left behind, no energy left behind. Just really wanting to fully embrace everybody. Like, I don't like the spiritual practices where they say only a certain group of people are going to ascend, or like really special, like certain like book religions, like just saying no, we're the good people, right? It's like, this is just nonsense. This is so short-sighted. This is like, we are all in this together, and that means all your feelings, all your sensations, but be mindful of them. Acknowledge that they are just moving through you. They can still hold. You're not rejecting them by doing that. You're allowing them space, but you're not committing to a certain one and therefore blocking out others. Right, the Mystic. Let's carry on. Let me read that again. Shiva swallows the poison of the world and holds it in his throat, slowly transmuting the liquid into nectar, so moving from poison to nectar. This is the work of the mystic. They do not fear darkness, but rather sit in the presence of it, harnessing the potential and latent energy behind it, right? So energy, this is why I don't like cord cutting, like energy is constantly in a state of transformation. Rather than cutting it and banishing it, what can we transform it into? Allow that story to unravel and see what other way of manifesting that can show up. Harnessing the potential and latent energy behind it and embedded it with light. They are patient and prudent change makers. I like that patience again. So we've got patience coming up twice of saying, just be in a state of observation. It's not about not doing anything, but not putting too much pressure on yourself about what's going on at the moment, and trying to find that inner wisdom and just observe it. They are patient and prudent change makers, seeking growth above all else. Unanswerable questions are the mystic's lifeblood. The mystic revels in mystery, in the great riddle of life, dancing with the forces of light and dark upon its wings. Now that's really important for the mysteries that are the retrograde, right? So we're going over territory 3 times, so we're going to get information that we may be confused right now, and then something's going to come up later on that's, not part of this current dynamic, but enjoying the fact that you don't know everything in this moment. You also do. That's the paradox of it all. Like, our conscious mind doesn't necessarily know everything, but there's something deep within us that knows the whole story. And really be able to have that lightness with the dark, and have the darkness with the light, the yin and the yang energy. You see that there's an element of each of them within themselves. And that lightness of the comet coming in again. I'm just going to pause for a second. Sorry, I've got a little bit of a tickle that kick-started on the 4th, which was the day Mercury went into shadow. It may seem that the mystic is inward facing, yet its light beams back to the world with the strength of 1,000 stars. That's kind of reiterating what I always say, that the more that you do the inner work, the more it's not just helping you, it's helping the world around you. Right, okay, next card we have the Shapeshifter. Yeah, my mind, this card's come up, and I'm trying to think which transit that was for. I can't remember. It's recent though. I love this card. The Shapeshifter, the trickster, the elusive, the formless. The Shapeshifter has a love of theatre, games, and trickery. Its energy appears as one thing, only to reveal a more complex story below the surface. Right, so this is sort of acknowledging that there's a lot going on, and we don't always know what it is. But with this Shapeshifter energy, Virgo's mutable. Right, so this means adaptable. This means being able to change very easily. And so we have this element of bringing in flow as well as lightness. The Shapeshifter is within us all to some degree. It is the side of ourselves that is slippery, non-committal, and experimental, and longs to dismiss the rules. We need its energy to adapt to the ever-changing landscape of our existence. When the Shapeshifter card appears, it's important to imagine that you are looking at life through a kaleidoscope. Love that they put them in this order and had the peacock's tail with all the colours coming up afterwards, of like really acknowledging every single part of the spectrum. It's important to imagine you are looking at life through a kaleidoscope rather than a single focus lens. At any moment, the scene may shift, revealing a more enchanting vision than you imagined. Be wary, though, as the allure of the kaleidoscope can leave you exhausted and yearning for solid ground. Dancing long-term with the Shapeshifter requires a central pillar of integrity that links us back to our center. Integrity is one of the key words that I connect to Saturn. Right, so all Saturn really wants is for you to walk with your own integrity and duty to yourself, right? And that's while working with the collective. The Shapeshifter could have you flitting from one thing to the other and burnout, basically. So like being very overstimulated and seeking that stimulation of constant change. We're in a state of constant change already. Like, at no moment is ever the same. But if we really lean into it and exaggerate it too much, where we don't have that sort of the not only the ability to flow, but also acknowledging that there is something consistent within us all. Everything is constantly in change, and that is in and of itself a consistent thing, right? The universe is full of paradoxes, and what I really like is it's saying about, if we're in this state of flow and adaptation, and being able to see things in more nuanced ways rather than being very black and white, rather than rejecting energies. We're moving into a state of acknowledging everything that is going on around us and being in flow with it, rather than saying, I need this in this way, right? Virgo can be controlling because it's trying to fix everything. Allowing trying, the understanding that you don't have to know everything, you don't have to be perfect in the way that we can kind of look at it. I look at it as perfection as every single moment. It's a difficult thing to work through because sometimes moments are awful, right? But Virgo can try and control things because it's trying to fix absolutely everything. Therefore, it's got a really high bar of what perfection is. Just realized I'd forgotten my rings today. That that this is calling to open up the fluidity, allow that Virgo energy to become more softer and a bit more mutable, and be able to change while still acknowledging that there is some guiding force deep within you that is giving you the strength to be able to deal with this change, to be able to work through it. And that is the Saturn opposition that we have. The ultimate shapeshifter works undercover in service of the greater good. The diminished shapeshifter becomes a people pleaser. Very interestingly, we've got that Libra South Node that is calling on us to not be people pleasers in a way that diminishes our individual space. I channeled readings for that, and it was very much moving away from counterculture. Council culture in my mind is short-sighted, right? Where's the empathy? It's not me agreeing, right? Remember, you can forgive but not condone somebody's actions. I gave a lot of examples in that reading that just as I said, no one left behind. I don't like it. Okay, right, so that's that. Vibrant, adaptive, humorous. When dark, charlatan, people-pleasing, trickery. I like the humorous coming in again, so it's bringing in that laughter, the happy Buddha energy really is coming in quite loud and proud. Final card. So this was the first card that came out, and it just flew out. And for those of you who have these decks, for me, I find them really difficult to shuffle. My hands just, for jumpers anyway, right? Obviously you can sort of shuffle and then split the deck, but for jumpers it can be quite difficult, and this one just went whoosh. It was like, hello, I want to be seen, thank you. The peacock's tail, full vision, the spectrum, right? So we're dealing with the tapestry. Inclusivity, not rejecting. Just really sums up absolutely everything that I was picking up on before doing this transit. The peacock's tail is a sacred image in alchemy. The mesmerizing display of tail feathers opens to mark the alchemist having shifted from single to multi-perspective. This is a great achievement. The alchemist has opened 1,000 set of eyes instead of one. They've discarded black and white thinking and allowed the full spectrum of colours, nuance and solutions to come into the fold. Right, so Virgo energy that can control and want to plan all the things is actually blocking out the possibility of solutions that have a greater resonance coming in. I say this is a Virgo sun that's had to work through control issues, over planning, anxiety when things aren't exactly what I thought they were going to be, and the more that I've done that, the freer I've become. And then the magic comes in. I read this quote on Instagram today. I can't remember fully what it was. It was that it's something about being logical and something about using magic. And the more that if we have a higher percentage of logic, we are blocking things out. And when we work with magic based off of a fundamental of logic, that's it, that logic is based on what other people have concluded, whereas the magic is opening up new neural pathways, new dimensions, new possibilities that we can't even possibly wrap our heads around. Right, life is stranger than fiction. So many things have happened, not only just to me, but people I know, or just in general, that I'll hear a story and I'm like, if you tried to pitch that to the film industry, they would say no one would believe it, because the synchronicities, and it's just so beautiful. Creative solutions to complex social and political polarities can be found in this sacred space. Love that. The force field of possibilities has opened, and the alchemist has entered a new paradigm belonging to multiplicity, dimensionality, and inclusion. Utilize this perspective for positive change while it lasts. When falling back into black and white thinking, as any alchemist will do, envisage the splendor of the peacock's tail. Each feather contains a shimmering universe of possibility. Bring as much color as you can today. Experiment using it as a therapeutic means of expression and a way of loosening up rigid thoughts. Okay, then now just moving it over my third eye. Love that. And that really just kind of sums absolutely everything up of bringing in that multi-dimensional energy, right? So with Neptune, I mean, I've mentioned this quite a few times. Neptune in Pisces. Neptune's linked into the film industry because you're bringing different realities into your own. And the films that have been really popular since 2011 have been the Marvel movies. And what's the main theme of that? Bringing people from lots of different dimensions and realities who've all got superpowers or magic or whatever it is, or the kit in order to do the thing, in order to help save the universe, right? So it's this acknowledgement that we are multifaceted. We have, I think we're all being activated superpowers. That's just, yeah, we've all got our own special one, and like technology's trying to like preempt what's already happening. That this is saying we're bringing in that magic. Mercury's in its exaltation. It's really powerful in Virgo, of really being able to connect the neural pathways in the 3D. Right, okay, I'm going to leave it at that. I hope you enjoyed that reading. I did. That was a lot of fun. I'm going to be reading for Pisces and Aquarius. So be good to yourselves, be good to those around you, and most importantly, be well until we meet again. Pisces rising. How are you doing, Pisces? For those of you just tapping into the Pisces energy and it's not falling in your first house, look to the house that it does fall in, the themes of that house, and apply those themes to the messages that come through. It's as if that Pisces energy has now moved to the first house. In general, regardless of whether this is your rising sign or not, Pisces and Virgo are in opposition with one another. They're the other side of the chart. Oppositions are ruled by Saturn. This can bring about limitations, separations, isolation, as well as integrity and commitment. With oppositions, we always look to find balance between the two energies and making sure one does not negate the other, making sure we're not prioritizing one side over the other. Often when we have transits in opposition, this is when we are really being called to bring these things into balance and getting them to work together. This energy for Pisces rising, this is happening in your 7th house. So Pisces rising, this is where Pisces is let me just move this down. I always forget to do this earlier on so you can see what's going on. This is where your rising sign is. This is you. This is the house of self. This is how you embody your sun or your moon in your actions and your deeds. This is your body, your vitality, your appearance, and your character. This is often how other people see you. This is very much your house. And over in Virgo, this is the house of other. This is intimate relations. This can be business partners, one-to-one clients, intimate friends, as well as those sort of more long-term committed relationships. That 7th house is often linked into marriage. You know, marriage is a contract. This is a binding between you and another person, and acknowledging the balance between that and not prioritizing one side or the other. Very much the sort of engagement with the other during this retrograde. So this is the first retrograde that we've had with Mercury in the sign of Virgo, with Saturn opposing it in the last 30 years. This marks a big new cycle in terms of our integrity and our understanding of the cause and effect of why these relationships have shown up. So you have Saturn over in your first house. So this is also for Pisces risings. These are on angular houses. So this is mutable energy showing up quite loud and proud, right? So the angular houses are 1st, 4th, 7th, and 10th. These are the pivot points of your chart. They form the structure of the chart, right? So they can show up very powerfully when we have signs, when we have aspects and transits in these houses. And so this retrograde, okay, so we're currently in the shadow phase, and that happened on the 4th of August. Right, I'm pulling cards for 4 different piles. The first pile is for the shadow phase itself, and that's from the 4th of August until the 23rd of August. And then the second pile is for the retrograde itself, which is from the 23rd of August to the 15th of September. All the dates are in the description box, and all the degrees and all the decks, and there's going to be a list of, when I finish this series, there's going to be a list of the main sort of aspects that this is that's happening with Mercury for this transit. The third pile is the second, is when Mercury is direct, and that's from the 15th of September to the 30th of September, right? So that's when it comes, on the 30th of September is when it comes out of its final element of shadow. And then the fourth pile is how this energy is manifesting moving forward. Right, I'm going to talk about the different aspects of the retrograde. So it's 3 times a charm, okay? We're going over the same degrees 3 times. The first is from the 4th of August. This is when Mercury is going direct, and it's going over the degrees. It will then retrograde over. It's going to stop and slow down on the 23rd of August, and then it's going to start moving backwards. This is the second part of the phase. This is the retrograde itself. It's going to stop again, slow down, and then it's going to start moving forward, and that is the third part of the retrograde. We're still going over the same territory. So as I said, I'd find that it's not until a planet goes onto a new point in the sign, a new degree, that it is then entering a new section in the book, right? So I look at retrogrades in, I like to give 2 different examples of it. So right now we're in the shadow phase. This is where our unconscious mind is bringing up clues and hints around what's going on, what will be going on during the retrograde, what we'll be revisiting. And, you know, that shadow, that unconscious element, the universe is popping up little clues. Often shadow phase can be louder than the retrograde itself. It all depends on you, and it depends on your chart how this is showing up for you. But this is a time to be mindful and to be in a state of observation and just be aware of what's cropping up around this time. You might want to look back to around the 4th of August when Mercury went into shadow at 8 degrees of Virgo, of what was showing up around that time. What little clues you got. You might not have had any, and that's it doesn't invalidate the experience. It could have been happening on a very unconscious level. We also can look to when a planet enters a sign. So that was on the 28th of July, because when planets enter a sign, they're kind of, the way that I look at signs is as if they are realms. They are lands in which have a certain cultural understanding and how they express themselves, and that's the sign itself. And so when a planet enters, it's kind of like heralding, it's like an ambassador coming in and heralding everything it's going to be doing in that sign. And so it can be really, really loud at the day of ingress, right? Not only that, but Mercury rules Virgo. So it's as if the it is the ruler of the sign has come and say, hey guys, this is what I'm revamping, this is what I'm doing. Mercury has all the tools that it's used to, and these are raised up high because actually Mercury is in exaltation in the sign of Virgo. It's the only planet to be exalted in its own sign. So Mercury is incredibly powerful in the sign of Virgo. And really being able to wanting to bring in flow. Mercury's about movement, and how we bring all these messages together in order to facilitate that movement and unblock stuck energy. Right. So it's in an earth sign, so it's really practical, and wanting to things to show up in the real world of how we are facilitating that. And so Mercury during this time has got a lot of its tools, and it's really, really exaggerated in this transit. So the shadow phase. That's up until the 23rd of August, when the planet will then slow down and station retrograde. Stations are the beginning and ends of retrogrades. This is when, again, it's another powerful point. So not only like when a planet enters a sign can be really powerful, but when a planet is slowing down, that means its energy is really condensed and made big. So on the station retrograde, this is a really powerful moment. The example that I've been giving is when Saturn went retrograde in Pisces, when it slowed down in Pisces. This is when we had, and Pisces is linked into the ocean, this is when the submarine imploded under the sea. And it imploded because they didn't work on the health and safety. They didn't do the checks and balances, which they were told, I think it was like a year and a half beforehand. They didn't listen. Saturn's about integrity and acknowledging cause and effect and due diligence. If you're not doing your due diligence, then things are going to blow up in your face, literally and figuratively. And so that was a really powerful energy of Saturn saying, hey, if you're gonna play around in the ocean and not take care, then things are going to go wrong. And it's really calling us to be integral, right? So those are themes of Saturn showing up, and we'll get this on with when Mercury stations retrograde on the 23rd as well. So again, that's another good time to look out for big clues about the retrograde itself. Right, and so the retrograde, so I was talking about different versions of how I look at the retrograde. So imagine walking somewhere for the first time. You've got somewhere you need to be at a certain time. So there's an element of sort of like, oh, I've got to get there, I've got to do this. If you've never walked there before, you maybe constantly checking at your maps, you're looking at the road signs, you're trying to figure out where you are, you're second guessing yourself because you're not familiar, right? When we're going over a new territory, we're absorbing, we're learning, right? We're meaning making machines. We need this in order to survive and thrive. And we're trying to figure out patterns, we're trying to, check things off, and we're also absorbing a lot of information from our surroundings, and that can be quite draining because we've got a lot of stimulus going on with the way that we engage with that can be quite overwhelming. So you're just sort of you're taking it all in, then on the way back, you often find when you walk back after having gone somewhere for the first time, that journey, it becomes a lot quicker. It just feels a lot quicker. And that's because you've already absorbed a lot of the information, right? And now that's been integrated, and then you can then start sort of maybe looking at the colors of the doors, or looking at the flowers that people grow, or whatever it is, or particular shop signs that have something interesting on it. So we move away from being like fully in learning mode, and we're then able to contemplate a bit more. We're able to sort of break out of like, okay, I've got to get here and I've got to do that. You're able just to use, there's more speed in your step because you're not spending all of your energy processing the information, because some of it is already familiar. So you then can explore different avenues, right? And see things that you may have missed on the first time around. Then say you're going to that place again, right? And you've been back and forth already. Now we're fully in contemplation mode, right? Mostly. We can still picking up obviously other things, but we're a lot more relaxed. We're a lot more in our flow because we are familiar with this territory. And sometimes that might mean that you go down a different road, right? You have an understanding of the full route, more so than you did the first time. That it then helps you be able to explore and like contemplate from your own personal experience about what you want to do with that energy. I also link it into learning something for the first time, whether that's reading a book, doing a course, or watching a lecture, or whatever it is, or actually doing a thing, right? Doing a physical thing. It's not all about the mental side of it. The first time we do it, as I said, we're absorbing, we're learning, we're figuring things out. The second time you're a bit more confident. You're able to sort of think how you would work with that energy, or that task, or a certain idea, how you would do it, rather than being taught by somebody else what to do. And then like the third time, this is when we start to master things. This is when we're really able to sort of add on our own spin of it and be really confident in what it is that we're doing. And so retrogrades are a wonderful time, right? Rather than all the planets going direct all the time, where we may miss steps, we may miss the small details and nuances. Retrogrades about revisiting, revising. It's always important revising for an exam, like going over things in order to integrate, right? And the more that we integrate, the more that we can explore from our own personal experience. And this is a great time if you've got projects to sort of revisit and go over them, and you might come across something that you've missed. With retrogrades, so often we've got this idea of what it is that we want, and then that may not happen, and then we can get a bit frustrated. But really lean into the fact that the universe is actually redirecting you to another pathway that is actually more nourishing and more supportive of your longer term soul goals. So yes, it can be frustrating. Yes, there can be mixed messages, miscommunication. There may be stuff going missing in the mail. There may be stuff, emails not turning up. And all of this is facilitating finding depth. Okay, so the depth has been a word, or deep, that's been coming up quite a lot in these readings while I've been talking about it, because we are adding on the nuances, we are adding on the details, and then we're going to have an understanding of the whole, where we want to take this moving forward. So do bear in mind there may be difficulties, there may be frustrations, and that's just part and parcel of it. You know, in this introduction, I talked, you know, the first card was the comic of like trying to find some lightness in these potential miscommunications, trying to find the magic underneath it all. So what was I going to say? It's also Mercury's linked into contracts, because of that element of binding one thing to another. Though we are, you know, one of the really strong messages that's been coming up is we're reevaluating contracts. And so there's, you know, a lot of astrologers do say don't sign contracts during a Mercury retrograde, because there will be something that you may have missed that you won't necessarily see until we come out the other side of it. So it may cause delays. I would always say go with your intuition, sit with it, do what's right for you, because sometimes that may actually, by doing that, you might actually be on the path that you need to be on, right? Okay, so just don't hold back from doing what feels right for you in your intuition. Virgo is also about the gut biome. It's linked into the gut, and so a healthy gut, a healthy mind, and that's where a lot of our intuition comes from. We say we're, you know, our gut instincts. Okay, so I feel like this Mercury retrograde is helping us build on that and instigate a sort of a longevity linked into the magic of Pisces, feeding into the gut. As I said, bringing the magic into the 3D world is very much a thing that I'm getting with this transit. Right, so that's the sort of the retrograde. We're more comfortable, we're then able to see the nuances, and then when it goes direct, this is when we're way more confident. There may be still things that we then can bring more depth to, because as I said, this is the third time we're going over these degrees, that then won't until the 30th of September, that's when things start to get instigated of everything that we've been working on. So that's the sort of general trajectory with all retrogrades, and with this Mercury retrograde for you Pisces rising over in the sign of Virgo, as I said, like a reassessment of what it is that you need from one-to-one relationships, figuring out small details, and working out, okay, where are my soul contracts up, right? So looking at this is we're reassessing the contracts, the soul contract that we have, working out what clauses are completed, and what clauses need to be amended, considering that we're constantly in a state of evolution and growth, and so it could be about miscommunication that you have with one-to-one people, and really sit with those when those happen, and really like be mindful that this is a potentiality of something turning up in that way, and seeing, well, okay, well, what is that trying to teach me? What am I learning from this? How is this showing up that that may be impacting in a way that might be disruptive, those one-to-one relationships, whether that's friends, intimate partners, as well as one-to-one clients, that may have been there may be blockages there energetically around trauma responses and limiting beliefs that have caused certain relationships to show up in certain ways. And now, when we sit with it and be in observation, we're allowing those clauses to fall away and transform into a new clause that is facilitating, as I said, this new frequency that we're bringing in. Because, as I said, Mercury's in exaltation, like it's raising up the vibration here. It really is, for us all. Like, we've had Mercury retrogrades in in Virgo for a while. Over the last couple of years, they've been quite common, but they've always involved Libra or Leo. This is the first time in a while that we're having it fully in the sign of Virgo. So the focus is very much here. You might be entering a contract with a business partner, and this would be a great time to really sit down and listen to one another about what each other wants, in order to facilitate that being a firmer relationship moving forward. Right, reassessing your contracts with your intimate partners and saying, and as I said, being in a state of observation, also listening and saying, hey, we've got this great opportunity to really understand what it is that we need from one-to-one people. And meanwhile, Venus is retrograde over in Leo, so she's really helping us navigate this from from a heart space, and we're reassessing that, which is starting a whole new 8-year cycle. If you haven't checked out the Venus in Leo series, it's a big deal, right? She retrogrades the least out of everybody, so when she does, it packs a punch. Okay, right, what else might show up? Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty broad way of looking at the 7th house. I also see it as that one-to-one intimate relationship that we have with spirit, that we have with the creator energy, and reassessing that as well, and like working through, okay, where do we want to find balance with that? Where do we want to find harmony that is facilitating your 3D experience? Virgo, Earth's energy, very practical, very 3D, very wanting, as I said, so I don't like to cut cords, but I do like to unravel energy. Like, I was always very good. People would give me their necklaces for me to just sit there and unravel them. Like, it's actually a very therapeutic thing that I like to do. But there's a sense of acknowledging and being an observation where there may be stuck energy, and just spending time mindfully unraveling it, and then that energy is able to feel free and be able to express itself in flow rather than having that stuck space. So very much about wanting to bring in a state of flow. Judgment and self-criticism. So with the Virgo energy, while it's incredibly practical and very useful and helps you be in observation of the things that aren't working, can lead to judgment and self-criticism, or criticism of others, or self-judgment, this need for perfection, because Virgo energy tends to see the problems in things. So it might be a dynamic that you with your one-to-one relationships, whether it's those relationships seeing problems in you, or you seeing, the faults in others, right? That can go to extremes where it's actually counterproductive, where you're not the fixation and focus on needing it all to be in flow can actually stop that from happening. Making peace with that, realizing that our understanding, they're just tapping over the heart space, our understanding of perfection is really skewered, both of those words, that we can often have a really high bar and then shame and reject ourselves, reject the people around us because they're not matching that. It's not about not having preferences, but it's also about having empathy and understanding of others, and being able to be at peace if things aren't perfect, basically. I channeled something from Venus when she was in Pisces, and the message that I channeled is a beautiful message, but it's really difficult. It can be really difficult to hold space for. That every moment is truly divine, and that's difficult when things are difficult, right? When things are like, well, this is the exact opposite of what I feel is flow or being in a divine space. The more that we sort of temper that and appreciate that, the more that opens up this full-rounded, integrated understanding of how we engage in the world. And so making peace with perfection and realizing that it isn't about everything needing to be the highest version of itself or completely in flow, but finding the perfection in the imperfection can be a really good thing to help free you and break out neural pathways that allows in that kind of chaos energy. And through that chaos energy, we can bring in magic without needing to fully control everything. One of my favorite videos that I've done since starting this channel was the new moon collective reading for Gemini, the Gemini new moon, and I talked very little about astrology, and it was more about how we collect information. Gemini is also another sign ruled by Mercury, that is the more sort of playful side, the more trickster side of that mercurial energy of like, how do we engage with information, and how are we holding ourselves back from being able to tap into the vast creator energy that can bring in that magic. When I say creator energy, we are the creator, right? It's a feedback loop between the two of us, that the more that we break out of needing to control situations and needing there to be plan after plan after plan after plan, the more that we open up to our soul's engagement with the exterior world of like drawing situations towards us. So you might not have ever wrapped your head around, right? As I said, Virgo can be very practical. I've got a Virgo sun, and I remember sitting in a car with my two Gemini rising friends, and they spent the whole time doing wordplay and puns, and my brain just doesn't quite work that way. And like, I'm very practical. Like if I've had to really lean into the whimsy side of the world, that if someone tells me a problem, like, I'm immediately trying to fix it. I'm immediately trying to navigate and find solutions. And this can often be a time where we don't have the solutions, and that's okay. And really being kind with ourselves on that. And that's leaning into that self-criticism and the judgment of, like, getting annoyed if we've just got even the smallest thing wrong. And if that's applied to the way that you engage in one-to-one relationships, that can be a really lovely thing to sit with during this transit. I was saying, well, actually, that's just blocking your ability to connect. My hand just got over my heart. You're blocking your ability to see the magic within everybody, even if you might find them frustrating, you know. And being self-critical about how you lean into relationships as well, and like having such a high bar that you can never lean into comfort and ease while you're on this journey, right? We're here to grow and evolve. It's not about getting there immediately, right? And enjoying that process, enjoying that journey with other people. It can also be, if you have clients that you one-to-one clients, that you're very good at giving advice, and you're very good at sharing your understanding of where things aren't quite right, and that can really elevate the skills that you have in being able to do so. But honestly, what I've been getting with this is have fun, be playful with it, try different things, experiment. Don't fix yourself on anything. Remember, Virgo is mutable, so it is about adaptability. It is earth, though, so it's heavy energy, it's bound by gravity, so there is a sense of slowness in being able to change. But being ruled by Mercury, there is a huge boost of that flexibility coming in the 3D world, right? Bringing in different dimensions to help us come up with new creative, multi-dimensional ways of connecting to others. Allowing that to help facilitate your 3D experience, right? Okay, so I'm going to talk, first, look to where your Mercury is in your chart, right? So it's the same Mercury that's in your chart that this transit's linked into. So wherever Mercury is, whatever sign it's in, and the house that it's in with the themes of that house, this can show up in your personal life, okay? So that's having an influence of what this transit's looking like. And so, yeah, that can just help you give an understanding of what's going on for you personally, if you look to where your Mercury is. Right, so now I'm going to talk about the different aspects that Mercury is going to be making in this retrograde phase. As I said, when I finish doing this series, I'm going to write them all out. I might get around to doing it before I finish the series, but definitely by the end of the series, they will be listed. So if they're not there when you're watching this, do come and check later on, because they will be. So on the 4th of August, this is when we went into shadow phase. So this is when Mercury's starting to go over the degrees that it will then retrograde over. As I said, that shadow, that unconscious, that magical side, the universe is showing us little clues of everything that was going on that day. I had a headache. I don't get headaches very often. Also, my throat started getting a bit tickly. So it's the mind and it's the throat of how we communicate. So I just like revamping. Sometimes we can get physical responses to the energetic transfer, and it's like upgrading, right? So it's breaking down things and creating discord in order for it to sort of transform. Also, my words felt like they were disappearing and going into an ocean. And that's because on this day, the moon was with Saturn in Pisces. So getting intuitive hits around what this dynamic means, right? Saturn in Pisces in your sign, Pisces, right? So Saturn's, this transit's, do check out the Saturn in Pisces series. There's 2 parts to the series so far. There'll be more as we go through this transit. And if you've not seen it, this is a big deal for you because it's happening in your first house. All the Aquarius risings that I engage with, they've all really leveled up in the way that they're confident in expressing themselves from a place of integrity. So even if it might be a heavy energy, it might feel limiting, might feel like there's a weight going on in your body, in the way that you express yourself. Do bear in mind that this is part of the journey that you're on, and you will come out the other side just having a real sense of innate authority within you in the way that you express your integrity that is going to serve you in the long term. But right, so in general, this Virgo transit is going to be opposite Saturn, and on the day of the shadow phase is when it was opposite Saturn with the moon. So we got a lot of intuitive hits about where our needs are going to grow, where our needs are going to be met with this transit. as well as where our needs haven't been met and what may have been frustrating. Saturn in your sign, Saturn in Pisces in general, for me, very much, Saturn can help bring limitations in what it is that you think you are in order for you to get to the depths and strengthen your foundations. It's giving structure to the magic of Pisces, because Neptune's been there since 2011. So there's an element of idealism in the way that you express yourself, being able to bring in different dimensions into who you are and how you embody yourself. And I love that the Saturn-Neptune combination of Saturn's giving structure to that magic, right? Neptune for me is the creation energy, right? So all the possibilities, all the dimensions, all the realities, this table's real and it's not real, all this at the same time, being more comfortable with that, very sort of unconditional love, very idealistic, very mystical, very magical, right? And really can be, you may have noticed a lot of sensitivity in your body, in the way that you express yourself, because that Neptunian energy can be overwhelming, but Saturn's coming along and giving some structure and some form and some stability to that. And I really like that combination right at the beginning of this shadow, saying, okay, how are we're starting from the get-go of how we bring in this magic into the 3D world. So that's a authority that you're gleaning in yourself, that is able to feed into, okay, how do I want these one-to-one relationships to show up? How do I want to level up the relationships that I'm already in? Based off of this sort of the duality of the mutable energy of really being able to hold space for different ideas and different experiences, and finding empathy with that, right? So, I talked a bit about at the beginning of how I don't like any energy left behind, like being able to understand and walk a mile in somebody else's shoes. And through that knowledge and wisdom that you may be gleaning with these transits in your first house, that's all feeding into Mercury right now, of like how you then bring that into your one-to-one relationships. As I said, business partners, or one-to-one clients, intimate friends, and more intimate, long-term, committed romantic relationships as well, of like, how do we bring that empathy into the criticism, bringing that empathy into the observation, and being able to find balance with that, of like bringing in a sense of flow that isn't being blocked off by this idea of perfection, okay? And bringing the magic into the way that you communicate in an intimate level. I'm just sort of moving around my throat chakra right now, and up to the crown and down to the back of my throat, and then back to the front. You might find yourself in a sense of withdrawal or around those one-to-one relationships during this retrograde. That might just be for some of you. In order, the Hermit card is linked into Virgo, of going inward to understand yourself in order to experience that sense of self with others. Finding balance between acknowledging that other people have their own experiences, and being able to bring in a sense of flow with how you move with that. As I said, that criticism and that self-judgment can impact of how those relationships show up, whether you're conscious of it or not. This is also on the same day of this shadow phase, so this is what's instigating the whole shadow. Even if you're watching, you are watching this after the event because it's moved past then. That this is what's feeding this Mercury until the 23rd of August. We have it with a trine with Jupiter over in Taurus, which for you is in your third house of communication. And so this is the way that you express yourselves. It's also the day-to-day. It's your local community. It's also about learning new things. And this Jupiter trine, and Uranus is there as well, and Uranus is going to show up later. And this is playing a big part of it. This was in one of the introductions, I think it was in the last video, which was the Taurus and Aries video. I pull cards for this sort of grand Earth trine that we're having. So we've got a lot of practicality coming in. You've got a lot of wisdom coming in from the Jupiter moving through the third house. Jupiter, I find, helps bring us confidence through that wisdom, in the way that you express yourself, and having an expansion in that communication. opposition. And so we've got this trine, which is an aspect of Jupiter. Jupiter's one of the benefics, so this is a soft aspect of, it's not necessarily jumping over a lot of hurdles. It's very easy, very free-flowing energy, which is fantastic because you're dealing with an opposition which can be difficult. It can bring up isolations, it can bring up separations, right? And just be mindful of that. But it's also very, very powerful because when things are in balance and when things are in unity, that's when we get the infinity at the middle, where spirit is, of that interflow, that constant loop of the infinity, that middle part. Yes, there are extremes either side of the infinity. Well, here we go. It's on my ring. This middle part is where we want to focus for this opposition. And Jupiter's providing support, so even if it's an opposition, which is as I said, it's a hard aspect, so a little more jumping through hoops. With a trine, it's free-flowing energy, so Virgo and Taurus are both the same element, but they're also both yin-night in nature, so we have the yin and yang aspect, then we have the element, and then we have the modality. And so the root of what's in common, that yin-night nature being very receptive, being very observational and cultivating and strategizing, and nourishing, rather than the direct action of fire and air, which is yang energy, which is they're not bound by gravity, it's very fast moving, the extrovert side of it. That we've got this yin night nature, which means that the information flow is coming from a deep understanding of how they work with one another. Then also it's the same elements, you've got two things in common, and then there's modalities that are different. Taurus is fixed, Virgo is mutable. And so we've got this ability to find wisdom in that which we are able to maintain, the fixed energy, and that consistent thing that is helping us be mutable and adaptable in the way that we understand other people. And understand what it is that you need from that in order to be able to express yourself. So that communication of really being able to understand the depths in which it is that you express yourself and the things that you do and the way that you move through your world, of getting that in alignment with where you're headed with your one-to-one relationships. And Pisces rising, you're a yin night sign as well, so you're getting a lot of support. All the water and earth signs, because there's a lot going on in water and earth for this transit, that it's something that's familiar. It's going to move. There's going to be an ease, and in order to lean into that fact that of just take your time and be patient with these things. Like it will unfold, even if it might be a bit difficult. On the 9th or the 10th of August, depending on where you live, this is when we get the exact trine with Jupiter. So, the trine's influencing from the beginning of the shadow, but it's exact on the 9th or 10th. And this is when you might get some hits come in and understanding a breakthrough in the way that you express yourself. Maybe having a really great conversation with an intimate partner on this day could really show up, as well as receiving a sense of abundance in that in your day-to-day, that is going to help unravel anything that may be blocked in terms of one-to-one relationships as well. Like Jupiter wants to expand, wants to elevate, and so you're getting an upgrade in the way that you communicate, and that's feeding into your one-to-one relationships. On the 16th of August, this is the Leo new moon. I will be doing a transit video on this. This is going to be the next one that I do this week. The reason why I'm bringing it up is because Mars, who's also in Virgo, so you've got a lot of motivation and drive and action taking in the way that would, like the one-to-one people in your life, like you're wanting to perhaps spend more time with them, do things with them, as well as they may be taking action and doing things for you during this transit as well. That Mars, that motivation, that drive, that passion, what gets us out of bed in the morning, this is trine Uranus. So Mercury is governing Mars, and so what's going on with Mars is influencing the realm of Mercury, where Mercury's retrograde. And so we've got this trine with Mars, which is Mars and Uranus are very, very independent energy. Uranus has been in Taurus for some time now, so you've really been being called to lean into the fact that you are an individual, and the way that you express yourself is based on you and not anybody else, right? The more you tap into your authenticity, the more Uranus is very happy, right? It is the oddball of the universe. Its axis is different to everybody else, all the other planets. Its north pole points towards the sun. All its moons are retrograde. But the energy of Uranus, it's not bothered that it is different from everybody else. I call your, sorry, just pause for a second. The tickle is real, needed to hydrate. I call Uranus the breaker of chains, the path clearer, because it can often come along and disrupt your life and flip everything upside down, you know, because its axis is opposite. And so it does so because you haven't tended to the things that are holding you back on your soul's journey, and it will just shake up your life. And in order for you to realign yourself to your individual experience of your soul, right? So Uranus moving through the third is very much helping you connect to your ability to communicate from an authentic place, as well as perhaps, you know, moving to a local community or changing the way that you operate in your day-to-day, that is more in alignment with your individuality. It's a very maverick energy, very innovative, very inventive, and this is trining Mars again. That trines are coming a lot in this transit, of providing elevation and wisdom to your motivations and drives around your one-to-one relationships. I will be pulling cards for this new moon, so do go and check that out. It's also, it's a big one as well, because the moon is also square a Uranus as well. So Uranus is playing a key role in this new moon, which I love, in the middle of a retrograde of Venus. Just so good. Right. On the 23rd of August, this is the day that Mercury stations retrograde. Before Mercury stations retrograde on this day, the Sun moves in to Virgo. Now, this is a big deal because up until this point, the Sun has been influencing a lot of the rest of the chart, because that's where Venus is, and Venus is, you know, influencing Jupiter and Uranus. Jupiter is influencing Neptune and Saturn's influencing Pluto. Whereas Mercury was just sort of influencing Mars, and therefore all the signs that Mars rules, which is Aries and Scorpio. Now, the moment the Sun moves into Virgo, the buck is stopping with Mercury for the whole of the chart. So I'm just going to run through the energy transfer of the chart. Pluto is in the sign of Capricorn, which is ruled by Saturn. Saturn is in the sign of Jupiter, along with Neptune, which is ruled by Jupiter. Sorry, Saturn is in Pisces with Neptune, which is ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter is over in Taurus with Uranus, which is ruled by Venus, which is in the sign of Leo. Leo is ruled by the Sun. And so all of those planets, and therefore all of the signs that they rule, are being now governed by the Sun, and the Sun is in the sign of Virgo, which is ruled by Mercury. And where's Mercury? In the sign of Virgo. So all of the asteroids, all of your points in your chart, absolutely every point in your chart is and the chart right now, from the beginning. So this is the day Mercury stations retrograde. Talked about how important that is, right? This is very powerful energy that will show up both very figuratively and literally in your life to help you understand what this retrograde is all about on another deeper level. And now the whole chart is being influenced by Mercury. So this whole retrograde is impacting every area of your chart. I mean, it is generally anyway, but even more so with Mercury in its own sign, in the sign of exaltation, right? So what is exaltation? Talk about signs about how they are realms and lands in which they have a certain energetic expression, which is the sign. And so when a planet is exalted in a sign, and therefore a realm, the way I interpret it is like there's a massive temple to that planet. And all the people raise up high, and they really honor the higher principles of that planet, and then they embody them in what they do. For example, Venus is exalted in Pisces. Therefore, not only does Jupiter influence Pisces, but so does Venus, because she's got like a portal there that's very big. So Mercury is the only planet that is exalted in its own sign. So not only is Mercury the ruler in its own sign, therefore it has all the tools that it needs. It's very easily accessible. It's very familiar, very comfortable, right? Very comfortable with what it's engaging with. It's also got a massive portal that is amplifying those skills. So we've got this powerhouse of the whole chart being governed by this very, very powerful Mercury. Whew, I love it. I love it so much. What I love more about this, though, this is my favorite aspect of the whole transit. So on this day, Mercury will be square Vesta in Gemini. Vesta is a asteroid. I've pulled cards for this aspect because it's for me it's the most pivotal aspect. I talk a lot about the mythology of Vesta and Mercury, and how I'll talk I'll do it in short in these readings, but do check that out because that was beautiful. So this is a square. This is an aspect of Mars. This brings about conflict, drama, frustration, winning at all costs. These things can show up. If they are asking you to look at certain parts of your life and whether you want to embody those energies or whether you can let it flow through you. The other side of a square, right? So trines are a soft aspect, squares and oppositions are hard aspects. This is when things show up in the world, right? This is when we have to jump over some hurdles in order to manifest. A square is a very powerful manifestation energy because of friction, okay? So we've got a 90-degree angle where these two energies, they're in the same modality, so they're both mutable, so they think they know best, right? So they're pushing against each other. This is where the competition comes in. This is where there's drama of like no one willing to back down. Once you start getting these energies to work together, it's my personal opinion that all the signs, all the planets, all the aspects, absolutely everything are all in cahoots with one another in order for us to elevate and grow, right? So there's something in common at the root of all of it, the spirit energy, right? The love energy. And the more that we sort of able to work with squares and realize, okay, there may be some difficulties, there may be some hurdles, but in the long term, it's manifestation energy. Because without friction, that sort of rubbing against one another, atoms wouldn't create time and space in the 3D linear time frame that we are very consciously aware of that we're in, right? So we need that movement, we need that friction in order to create in this world. So we've got this massive creation energy aspect happening between Vesta and Mercury. So Vesta's over in Gemini, which for you is in your 4th house of your home, your roots, your foundations, your lineage, your ancestors. Your roof over your head, your parents, your private life. Okay, so it's the darkest part of the chart for you Pisces rising. And we are bringing in a sense of transformation of your roots and your foundations, right? So that which we build up from is being reassessed with this Mercury retrograde in how you operate in one-to-one relationships, strengthening them, letting go of that which hasn't been working in order to bring in energies that do. Okay, so Vesta and Mercury traditionally have hung out with each other for thousands of years. So I use the Greek gods, the Roman gods, mythology. These are just archetypes that are linked into an energy that is deeper within all of them, right? So Vesta is the goddess of the hearth. So the fire that we used to sit around to keep us warm, to cook our food on, to tell each other stories, like to commune with one another. It was the domestic space. Mercury was very much linked into the extrovert, the outer space, the movement around the world, going around the world, the traveler, commerce, the exchange with others, right? Is also very, some of the older mythology around Mercury was the hunter, that which gave chase, okay? So we're dealing with the inner space of Vesta and the outer space of Mercury. And in most people's homes back in the day, over 2,000 years ago, and probably predating this, but just in different forms, all houses would have an energy linked into Vesta and an energy linked into Mercury, or Hestia in the Greek and Hermes in the Greek. That they would have idols, or they'll have a little altar that represents the two of these combined, right? So this is an element of protection in the outer world and the inner world. Vesta in the Roman mythology, the temple of the Vestal Virgins, where Vesta, the honoring of Vesta was held, there was a flame, and they tended to that flame, and they made sure that flame wouldn't go out, because there was fear if that flame would go out, that's when the empire would fall. So this is honoring of the inner space of the empire, and that Mercury energy would be going out and about, and the trade and the exchange of ideas with others, right? So there's a need to tend, there's a need to do the devotion of the inner space, and it's not just about so we can look to it as ourselves as that inner internal space of you. And you've got this in the fourth house, which is a private part of who you are. It's the darkest part. It's your roots, your foundations. Another thing with the Roman mythology was not necessarily the mythology, but in that temple, that's where contracts were kept, wills, business contracts, in order to make sure that they were safe from being altered by people who had other intentions, right? So people altering wills in order that they got all the inheritance. The priestess of Vesta would tend to these contracts and make sure that didn't happen. So there's an element of sanctity, of purity, of keeping something, honoring something and not distorting it, but also that element of that contract of like of making sure that that contract is fulfilled for in the highest good of the two people involved. Okay, seventh house is very much linked into contracts. Marriage is a contract, like this when we're working with one-to-one people, it's like honoring what are you both bringing to the table, and what are you respecting in the other people, and what are you respecting in your duties and your responsibilities. The opposition of Saturn is about duty and responsibility and putting in the hard work, right, in order for relationships to be intimate. Like, relationships can be hard work. It's the point of commitment every day, of being dutiful and responsible, not only to the other person but also to yourself, and making sure that that is in balance. Like, I'll look in synastry charts in relationships to Saturn for commitment, Saturn and Juno, rather than Venus or Mars, right? So there is this element of commitment and duty that comes in with that Saturn aspect of the opposition and with the seventh house. So we've got Vesta tending to your internal space. With the fourth house, there's a lot of soul contracts linked into your ancestors, is my opinion, that the things that, like, the human being has the vast capacity to transform. We're incredible magic making machines, right? We're able to heal on such an intense, deep level that's slowly being activated in the collective in ways that we couldn't even possibly wrap our heads around only 10 years ago. That with the fourth house, which is linked into your ancestors and your lineage, that you have a lot of support from your ancestors in the fourth house, but we also carry a lot of weight of energy that wasn't cycles that weren't broken, or heavy energy that may be linked into your blood lineage, your past lives, that we are here to transform in this lifetime. So the work that we do on ourselves is not only healing us, accessible to the collective, but is healing our lineage as well. And so with Vesta moving through the fourth, squaring Mercury on the day of this retrograde, Mercury is linked into contracts as well, of like, what are you binding yourself to? And Vesta is about how do we keep that pure? We are now reassessing at the beginning of this retrograde with a square of bringing into manifestation new aspects of that contract with yourself, with your commitment to other people, with your commitment to your roots and your foundations, and most importantly, your commitment to yourself, and making sure that these are all in harmony with one another. You're getting a lot of support coming in from your ancestors that are facilitating this new growth, this new reboot of revisiting and finding out, making nuance into these clauses that are helping you break out of certain old formats and old patterns, and reassessing and bringing this into light. That's working with the integrity of Saturn, of like, how are we bringing this magic into this formation, and we're grounding it down with Vesta of this devotion to the roots and foundations of who you are underneath your ancestors and your past lives, is the creator energy, right? So this is fab. I love it. I love it so much. So they're kin. Vesta and Mercury are kin. They've been spending time with each other for time, right? They know each other. They're on the same team. It's acknowledging the inner and the outer world and finding unity with that, as above, so below. And now we're revamping, we're regenerating, we're renewing, we're, oh God, redecorating. What's that? Renovating. That was the word I wanted. We're revenerating these contracts, right? And I love it. I love it so much. At the same time, the moon is over in Scorpio, sextiling Mercury. So the moon in Scorpio, which for you Pisces is in your ninth house, of how you see yourself in the world. So we're getting a big hit of intuition coming in, of where our needs need to be met, right? The ninth house is your perspectives. It's like you're questioning, why do I exist? Why do I exist in this universe? Why do I exist in society? The big questions: morals, philosophies, ethics, principles, connection to book religion, connection to spirituality, nature and science, right? And so the moon is saying, hey, where is this, where getting intuition of your understanding of who you are on a soul level in this 3D world, as well as facilitating the needs and connection to your intuition with that, and that where your needs are not being met or being met and elevated. So either those needs that haven't been met, elevating them, or where your needs are being met, elevating those as well, with your one-to-one relationships, based on, okay, the truth and the depths of which you see yourself in this world, whether it's conscious or not, and revelations around that are instigating and feeding into the beginning of this retrograde of those one-to-one relationships, and drawing towards you people who are more in alignment with that, as well as helping you work through situations that you're already in, and working together and raising up together. Like that sextile is an aspect of Venus. It's creative energy. It's about connecting, love, appreciation, and value, and so a value, bringing value into your one-to-one relationships that are based on from that transformational energy of Scorpio, of how you see yourself in the world. What else with that one? But it's also brainstorming as well, so making, you know, maybe like you've got, as I said, a business project that you're working on, or a collaboration that you're doing on a one-to-one level, of finding intuitive hits to bring in those principles and bring in those perspectives that you have, of broadening your perspective into those dynamics, and being able to share that. We also, there's more, have the trine between Mercury and Uranus. So whereas before it was Mars is still trining Uranus as well. Mars is at 27 degrees of Virgo, and Mercury's at 21 degrees 51 minutes. So it's around 5 degrees away from Mars. So Mars is also influencing this motivation and drive of action that you're taking in those one-to-one relationships, is feeding into like what are you standing up for, what's important to you, of that martial energy, that independent energy as well, of like you can be independent as well as having one-to-one relationships, and it's honoring that. Feeding into Mercury along with this trine with Uranus. Again, the Uranus is playing a big role. Like independent energy is really coming in, of like you, and it's, I find it really interesting because we've now got the nodal shift with into Aries and Libra, which is really calling us to find the balance between being our authentic, autonomous selves in the collective. And now this Mercury transit, with Mars being in that sign, in the sign of Virgo, of which ruled by Mercury, of saying, okay, well, how am I able to be myself and be in flow with myself with other people, right? And it's not about negating others, but it's about acknowledging that we are all different, and we're not conforming to social norms in a way that blocks our soul's experience, right? So your codependency issues that you may have in the 7th house, these are getting a revamp, and making sure that there is an element of equality and respect, right? The Two of Cups has come out loads in a lot of the readings, and I think every single one of the collective readings are really like honoring the other, and being a state of equality and respect in the way that we engage with the outside world. We also have, there's so much going on this day. We have Neptune over at 26 degrees of Pisces. So Mercury's now opposite Neptune. And this opposition for me is very much bringing the mystical, the magical, the 5D, whatever it is you want to look at that is bigger, that is untangible, that is outside of the realms of really being able to understand and being comfortable with that, and bringing in those different realities, the magic of the world and the magic of yourself, right? So it's in your first house of how you embody yourself, into Mercury of like, okay, how do we get those relationships in that dynamics where that part of who you are is that ability to bring the magic into those relationships, and be able to feed that individuality of how you express yourself and communicate, right? 3rd house where Taurus is and Uranus, of bringing that into harmony with the relationships that you have in your life, okay? And make that flow be more practical magic, guys, practical magic. Also, let's bring in Pluto, because this is when we're first getting the first sort of close aspect with Pluto in Capricorn. So Pluto's moved back into Capricorn, and this is in your 11th house of hopes and dreams, friends, groups and alliances, and reaping the benefits from your 10th house. And so in general, this whole time, we're going to have a grand Earth trine. That was in the Taurus and Aries video that I did, where I pulled a collective reading on that and talked about that in a lot more detail to help give you a bit more nuance rather than in each of the signs that I read for. That Pluto's bringing up treasures as well as helping us navigate fear, right? Navigating fear around your hopes and your dreams, realizing that there is something deep within you that is going to be revealed, treasures that are going to be uplifted, that are going to facilitate your hopes and your dreams, facilitate the way that you engage with groups and alliances, and bring in riches that may have been hidden from you in relation to your 10th house, which is your life purpose and potentially career. And so this is trining Mercury right at the beginning of the retrograde. It's also trining Uranus, and there's a wide trine with Jupiter. Jupiter's still involved, but we've got this trine between Uranus wanting you to express yourself in an individual way, Pluto wanting you to transform and tap into the power and magnetism and intensity of the way that you express and explore your hopes and your dreams and have them manifest and be transformed, into Mercury at the beginning of its retrograde of like, okay, how we're revisiting these dynamics, these contracts that you have. It's also the 7th house is how like the one-to-one dynamic with the creation energy, so renewing those contracts and elevating those based on that it's being facilitated by an expansion of your hopes and your dreams, and an expansion of the finding joy in the day-to-day as well, like that 3rd house energy. It's not just about communication, but it's everything that we move through and we embody. It's the house of the goddess where Taurus is, and this is about bringing that 9th house philosophies where we've got Scorpio into our day-to-day and like really finding meaning in every moment. And Pluto's sextiling Neptune, so they're in cahoots with one another to facilitate this transformation. I love it so much. Okay, 4th of September. This is when Venus goes direct, so she's now in the 3rd part of the retrograde phase where she's going to go back over the same territory she's already retrograded on. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is because this is the day that Mercury will be exactly trine Jupiter, and the moon will be on Jupiter as well. So we've got a lot of wisdom and intuitive connection to how we want to express ourselves on this day. So this is the 2nd trine that we've got with Jupiter. And this is really going to elevate where we are, where we're headed in terms of the expansion and the way that you express yourself with that moon of like making sure like the moon is exalted in Taurus, because the moon can be a little bit nervy and a little bit like I need this, I need this, I need this, but it's more like seeking safety and security. Whereas the moon in Taurus, like she's exalted there, which means Venus is really looking after her. Venus can be linked into the pleasure principle of like what makes you feel good, expressing yourself from a place of love and appreciation and commitment, and really being able to tap into your emotional body, and how to nourish yourself in that way, and therefore nourish others. When we nourish ourselves, we nourish others, and find like a deep intuitive connection to the wisdom of Jupiter on this day that's feeding into Mercury, while now Venus is station moving forward. And that's important because Venus rules Taurus. Okay, so she's influencing Taurus, and you have Leo over in your 6th house of how you work, right? So you're getting a revamp there of working from the heart space and tending to your health and your routines. This is also important because 2 days later, on the 6th of August, this is when we have, the 6th of September, I do apologize. This is when we have the Sun and hello Pisces. This is when we have the Sun because conjunct Mercury. It's called a cazimi. So every time we get a planet conjunct the Sun, it's called a cazimi, and this is when we get downloads. So this is the midpoint of the retrograde, so this is when we get that vitality, that vision, that clarity, that direction from the Sun, the center of our solar system, which is also a portal to the universe, of light downloads, download key downloads from this was one of the cards in the introduction today. Do go check that out. It's like evolutionary downloads, recalling power, future thinking. Very much about that future thinking, because this is the day that Mercury now is no longer an evening star. When Mercury rises in the evening, it turns into the morning star. So it's still retrograde, it's the midpoint, and an evening star is like very sort of retrograde energy, very yin night energy of looking to the past, of cultivating, of there's a softness, there's a slowness to that evening star, of like digesting information. And now this midpoint, Mercury's now looking to the future. It's now like thinking, okay, what plans am I making in the future? It's not necessarily, we haven't finished the retrograde yet, so it's not all go, 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 but certainly the agenda of Mercury has shifted on this day. And so we've got that trine to Jupiter, when we got the boost from the moon influencing, like a couple of days before, of getting intuitive hits of the messages we often get around Kazimis, especially with the Mercury Sun Kazimi, because Mercury is traditionally the messenger of the gods, of like really getting those downloads integrated into the 3D form. And we've also got the trine is still with Jupiter, and so we're getting a lot of wisdom in the way that you're able to express yourself, the way that you're able to find support and expansion from your day-to-day and your local community. On the 15th of September, this is when we're going to have a new moon in Virgo. And when the new moon is exact, Mercury is still retrograde, but it's stationing, it's slowing down. So again, another very pivotal day, pivotal energy that is feeding into this new moon in Virgo, right? Of a revamp of your relationships, a revamp of your connection and understanding of how you want to engage and exchange and connect and bond to your relationships. And I love this so much because later on that day, Mercury's going to go direct. So this is the direct motion. This is the third route over the landscape. And at the time of Mercury going direct, the sun is trine Uranus in the sign of Virgo. So we've got Uranus showing up with the sun. Remember, the north pole of Uranus points towards the sun, so these two are in cahoots with one another. Like, Uranus's intention, even though it may be disruptive, is to elevate the energy of the sun, the center of our solar system, the focal point of our existence, like this expression of vision and clarity and direction and animation, wanting to animate us on an individual space, and the way that you communicate and finding the clarity of bringing that into your one-to-one relationships. Love it. Also, Lilith, Black Moon Lilith. She's an asteroid. And for those of you who don't know the mythology around Lilith, she's very independent. So we've got very independent energy. She's about equality, really. So there was a certain situation in the mythology in the Bible of, it's basically, go look it up. I'm not going to mention it here, but she's the energy of, okay, you're allowed to do something. Why are you telling me I can't do it? Why is there this barrier? Why is there this hierarchy? Like, Lilith isn't about that. There's so much about Lilith, but it's very much about being confident, being independent, and expressing your pleasure principle in the 3D world. That is not just about sexual relationships. That's that embodiment of self, from a very independent space. So very Uranian energy as well. And so we've got a lot of independence, and this is conjunct to Mercury at the time of direct motion. So again, we've got a lot of this desire to be authentic to ourselves and not people please, and not break down other people, because if we focus on our space rather than just judging other people or criticizing other people or finding fault in those things through a desire to fix, the intention is always there. But if we just sort of surrender and not attach ourselves to that so much, we're able to be more free in acknowledging the journey of everybody else and focusing on our own space, that the light that we then are able to emit out into the world, and the frequency is actually facilitating other people from being able to do that themselves as well. So you're not really having to step in and try and fix things in the same way that you may have done in the past. This is all opposite Saturn. So again, we had that opposition at the beginning of the shadow phase, and now we have it at the beginning of the direct motion, right? So this is Saturn bringing in integrity of you, right? Well, how are you committing to yourself as we now move forward? and also bringing in the sense of authority in the way that you express. And I mean authority in a very grounded, integral way that isn't about diminishing other people's power, but certainly being able to feel confident being yourself and being able to express your needs in those relationships, and bringing in a sense of an acknowledgement of the power of who you are by other people. That doesn't mean about diminishing their sense of acknowledgement of self, but sort of like finding balance, finding that equality with that. If there have been things in relationships that has been a bit one-sided, right? This is the transit that's breaking out those contracts, right? Yeah. Right, on the 30th of October, this is when we have Mercury moving out of shadow. So this is when I said things are going to start to get a bit more momentum now, because, you know, imagine a book, right? It's got chapters, but it's also got bigger sections that chapters fall in. Mercury moving out of shadow is starting a whole new section, but based off of everything that you've already learned, okay? So it's not about banishing that energy, it's about integrating that and moving forward from a different frequency. And on this day, we have another trine with Uranus. So the energies that we got at the beginning of the retrograde are showing up again for when we're moving forward into the next segment. So that trine with Uranus, again, the ability to communicate in a way that's very unique and very innovative, right? Uranian energy, think colors outside the line. So it's breaking us out of the standard norms and creating new pathways. Of being very confident in the way that you express yourself, that you are bringing something to the table. You're bringing yourself to the table, and that is there's an expansion and there's a generosity in the way that is seen in one-to-one dynamics. We've also got the opposition with Neptune, which again, that ability to, in this new section, to really bring in the magic into the 3D world. The trine with Pluto. So again, we're reactivating by aspect the grand Earth trine of a feedback loop between the cardinal energy, instigating energy of Pluto, the fixed energy of Jupiter and Uranus in Taurus, with Mercury and the Sun now in the sign of Virgo, of like really facilitating this ability to instigate new cycles in the 3D realm. Okay, there is an alignment with your hopes and your dreams. You're able to express wisdom and take action on your day-to-day that are facilitating that and drawing in this new revamp in the way that you engage on a one-to-one basis with people. At the same time, there's quite an important aspect happening between Venus and Mars and the nodes. I'm probably going to do a little transit video on this particular aspect for everybody because I love it. Venus is she's direct, but she's not out of her own shadow phase, and she's conjunct Juno. And Juno represents commitment, your ride or die. What are you sticking to through thick or thin because it's worth it? It's not about putting up with bad behavior, but certainly acknowledging that there's an element of give and take and flow and being so Venus and Juno, the commitment to your heart space in the way that you embody your work, the way that you, like the 6th house for me, where Venus is, that's the adult in the room that often we fail to do through various trauma and linked into neglect. Like, it can be really difficult for the species to commit to work, commit to your health, commit to your routines. Venus is revamping your heart space. She's committed with Juno to this action. And she's sextile Mars in the South Node. So Mars by this point is in Libra with the South Node. Love the fact that Mars is the first out of Venus and Mars, who rule the nodes now. Mars is entering the South Node rather than the North Node. So we're really integrating our motivation and drives around the social dynamics to not people please, but be able to be ourselves while still being wanting to connect and being diplomatic, right? Mars is finding that motivation and drive to do so. And for you, that's in your 8th house of your give and take between you and the outside world. That can be intimate relationships as well. Time, money, things, ideas, intimacy, that exchange between you and the outside world. You've had motivation and drive to do that for a lot of the time while Mars has been in Libra. That's facilitating that Mercury understanding, okay, what dynamics do I need to show up in order to get that give and take between you and the outside world in balance, right? That the South Node's really activating for you over the next 18 months with the eclipses. And so Mars is going to be conjunct the South Node, and Venus and Juno, the commitment to making sure that the give and take between you and the outside world is in balance with how you need to work, embody your work, how your health and your routines of stepping up to yourself and being the adult in the room and making sure those dynamics are facilitating that. And not only that, the moon is over in Aries, where the North Node is, on the North Node. So we've got a lot around your resources going on in the North Node of striving to the North Node can bring in more money because it's linked into your tools in order to make your money, and so there's an elevation of the tools, intuitive hits, support coming in, making sure your needs are being met in the way that you are able to provide for yourself. So I love this. This might all be also relevant if you have one-to-one clients of that coming in that way through the North Node during this period. On the 2nd of October, this is when Mercury is leaving Virgo. So on this day, when it's right at the end of Virgo, we've got the opposition with Neptune, again really re-enhancing this desire to bring in quantum ways of engaging with relationships. There's going to be a video that I'm going to put up on my Instagram linked into quantum relationships that kind of just sort of summed up how we should be, right? And it's difficult. I've been trying to it's a difficult way of working with things, but it made so much sense, and it's definitely always been my goal in relationships to bring that in. But sometimes you're so aware of there's the weight and the heaviness of the linear way that we deal with relationships can really sort of block us from being able to do that, especially if the person that you're engaging with can't break out of that sphere. Anyway, do check out the Instagram for that, because I feel like that's really important, especially for this transit with the Pisces Virgo aspect. So we're bringing in that magic. You're bringing in that magic of yourself with others. The capacity of bringing in different dynamics of your relationship, like leveling up those relationships. That's instigating a new cycle in Libra, which is then bringing that into harmony with the give and take between you and other people. Also, the moon will be on Uranus. So we've got this strengthening moon of finding the way that you express yourself and communicate, instigating Mercury's next part of its journey of like, okay, you are you, and be comfortable doing that. Okay, that's all of the aspects. So they put the deck down a while ago, which is not surprising because you've got a fair amount of cards that have come up. I'm going to do some energy work. This is when I go quiet. So you've just had the Yang Day side of the reading where it's all extroverted stimulation, go non-stop information. Now I'm going to go quiet. So we need the action, and we also need our rest. We need the day and we need the night. So now the yin night side is kicking in. This is when soften your mind. You've had so much information thrown at you. It's all in the description box. Let it all settle. Don't try and force or figure things out. Let it all settle. See what intuition is coming up by being in a state of observation, right? And I'm gonna do some energy work with the energies that I channel. They're gonna move the cards around, and when they want to do that, I have to soften my mind in order to channel, think, and talk. So in order to channel, and it's difficult for me when I'm channeling that way to think and talk at the same time as that channeling. So this is when I'm going to go quiet. They're going to move them around, put them into the piles, and then I'll come back and I will bring in the tarot with everything that has just been said. I do want to just show you what they were doing before. So they were very keen on putting the Nine of Swords, the Ten of Wands, the Five of Swords, with the Knight of Swords. Like, this is all quite conflicting energy. They also have the Tower over that of saying like these things are being pulled down, and so I just wanted to highlight that, but they, we'll see where they end up. So I'm going to go quiet now. Do bear with me, and I'll see you the other side. Okay, Pisces. We have for the retrograde itself, no, the shadow phase. Okay, this has happened for a lot of the signs where there's some been difficult aspects showing up that, right, remember we're dealing with shadow, the unconscious mind, our trauma responses, our limiting beliefs, things that have blocked our soul magic from being able to come through in the way that's truly in alignment, right? We've signed up for all of these things, in my opinion, and we're here to navigate and work through them and slowly integrate them. Integration is the name of the game, and that takes a while, right? So the shadow phase is when things and clues are coming up that are helping you understand what you're working through with this retrograde. We've got the 9 of Swords, the 10 of Wands, and the 5 of Wands. These are all difficult cards, right? Difficult energies. The 9 of Swords represents anxiety and sleepless nights and nightmares and depression, right? The darkness of this card. This is often about worrying things that you can't control, right? So it can be very sort of Virgo energy of like there's a wanting to fix all the problems and then feeling so overburdened by all of that, right? You might be having anxiety of like, well, how are these relationships showing up? And there may be some difficulties that you've been working through, at least on a very unconscious space, that are now coming to the forefront of what we're going to be letting go of. With this card, I always say, look to the roses that are on this blanket. Look to find the joy in the little places to help you break out of these neural pathways that may have been blocking this anxiety of like, what's going on? Why is it not quite going out the way that I want it to? We've got the 10 of Wands. This is about burden. This is responsibility. This is tens are very karmic. They represent completion. So it's this element of being over, like work isn't a bad thing, but it's when we're so hunched over we can't even see that there's not a cloud in the sky. Like there's so much perspective here and vision coming in. The vision is blocked. The eyes are blocked, right? This is feeling overweighted, overburdened. Perhaps you've been taking on too many responsibilities or feeling like it's just hard work. These dynamics are hard work and it's not giving you lightness in your being. We've also got this with the 5 of Wands. For me, this is chaos energy, right? So there's a lot of movement going on here, but it's not it's not getting anywhere, right? This can be just sort of just frustration. Perhaps there's dynamics in your relationships where no one's being heard, no one's being seen. There isn't a way of navigating out of this. It just feels like a stagnant energy. As I said, even though there's movement, there's a lot going on here and nothing's moving forward, right? So perhaps the dynamics that you have, whether that's your one-to-one clients or your business partner, your intimate friends, your intimate long-term relationships, even if you're not in one, this sort of idea of this is what's holding that back from being able to be intimate with others, being able to get that give and take, that balance between yourself and the other come through. Perhaps you've been putting a lot in with that 10 of Wands and just not seeing things come to fruition. And even if you think you've worked through these things, right, sometimes this difficult energy can show up and you're like, that's not even in my life. There's going to be stuff going on deep in your unconscious space that you might not be able to be in observation of, right? Virgo is very observational and very practical. And this Mercury retrograde is helping reveal these and revisit them and bring these things up, even like the smallest little nuance that you have in your unconscious space that, as I said, you may feel overall that you've cleared this energy, but there's still obviously some stuck energy that's blocking this from truly being able to manifest. Just had an energetic release at that one. We've got the Tower card the Tower card in reverse and the 4 of Swords crowning this energy. The Tower card in reverse is saying there's an inward transformation. Okay, so the Tower card, it can be quite scary, this card, right? It's very dramatic. But if you look here, all the chaos energy, all the disruption is happening on the surface level. Your foundations are still strong, right? It's getting rid of that which hasn't served you and transforming that. And in reverse, right, this can either be that the Tower moment is passing during this shadow phase, that there may be something disruptive that happens that helps facilitate further growth, or very much an inner journey of your exploration with the 7th house of like those internal structures, those internal belief systems falling away, that is freeing you up for a new dynamic to come in. We've got this with the 4 of Swords. I love the 4 of Swords. This follows the 3 of Swords, and when you have the 3 here, and this is a space, so with this Tower energy, it's saying that you are being held by the universe with this journey, because this is in a church, right? This acknowledgement that you can be in a state of rest, you can be in a state of observation, a state of prayer, a state of contemplation, knowing that you are being held by something bigger than you. It doesn't just have to be religion, it's absolutely anything that is bigger than you, that is basically wrapping its arms around you in order for you to engage in a place of contemplation. It's allowing you to be still during this time. Retrogrades are a time of revisiting Earth energy. This is a slowing down, allowing yourself to unravel those swords that have been blocked within you. As I said, the Three of Swords, that's, you know, a very visual card of like the Three of Swords are in the heart, right? That doesn't just have to be romance. This is anything that's happened to you that's blocked your ability to connect to that deeper level of quantum intimacy. And so you're with the shadow phase, you're in this state of being able to contemplate those and sit with them and let them flow through you. We've got the Ace of Swords at the bottom, of finding truth and clarity in this new reality. We have, for the retrograde itself, we got some stuff going on, guys. You got 4 major arcana. Okay, so got the Devil, Temperance, and Judgment crowned with the King of Cups for this particular segment. And so we've got the Devil card. Okay, this can be linked into codependency relationships that may be formed from trauma responses and addiction spaces. This is also about something having authority over you that's actually sort of blocking your energy. This is also powerful sexual kundalini energy, right? So the Devil was a imagination of the god Pan. Pan was one of Mercury's children, and there's an element of panic around Pan, but there's also very powerful, fertile, instinctive 3D experiences with the Devil energy, right? It gets a bad rep, but this is an element of finding that inner authority that doesn't bind you but actually liberates you. It's also like sort of very passionate energy, right? Very there's a lot going on here that could be related to your more intimate relationships that are leveling up that dynamic of bringing in with the Temperance card. So on one side, it's an alchemization of limiting beliefs and trauma responses and addictions that you may have had in terms of those relationships. As I said, codependency, or perhaps being more of the authority in that situation. Again, I talked about self-criticism or criticism of others, a judgment of others, self-judgment. They're working through these energies that may have had a hold over you that actually kind of stuck you in a certain space rather than liberated you. We're transforming that energy into liberation on a very deep, intense 3D experience, okay? With the Temperance card, as I said, this is alchemy. This card has shown up loads in all the readings. This is Sagittarius energy, but in general, it's about alchemizing, spending time. Retrograde, remember, we're going over things, revisiting, purifying, refining every single part of who you are in order to create magic. You look here, the water is going up into the cup. This is not only talking about outside of the laws of physics and magic, but also going against what was normal for you, right? And working with that energy in order to create a new paradigm. There's a lot of magic with Temperance. And we've got this with the Judgment card that's saying that the work that you're doing over the retrograde is elevating, right? So the 3 cards, Death, Temperance, and Judgment, form a cycle for in the way that I look at tarot. The Death card is giving you that space to look at what you need to transform. Temperance is about the transformational process. And then the Judgment's the other side of that, of with that transformation work that you put in, now we're elevating, now we're raising up, we're ascending the energy of that dynamics that you have with a one-to-one people. You're ascending the way that you work with that. And the Judgment card is about like leveling up to a spirit energy. We've got the mountains in the background of like really being able to see things from a higher perspective. There's an element of making decisions that are going to serve you in the long term for this particular cycle. But you know, it's still Okay, they're just wanting to put the Two of Wands there as well. This is sort of implying that the two, so when they move these cards like this, it's kind of like these two energies are happening around the same time and working together. That with the Two of Wands, this is getting the lay of the land, right? So this is definitely retrograde energy, but it's from a higher perspective because they're standing at the top of their abode, okay, with the world in their hand. Of you, this is long-term manifestation energy of what you're working through now. You're getting to understand this new landscape that you're working in, with the Judgment card of saying this new landscape is helping you get to a space of elevation and bringing in that higher perspective, bringing in those higher download frequencies from that Neptunian energy, pulling in all those different possibilities of what you can bring in, of that quantum relationship energy. And we've got it with your card, Pisces. So this is an acknowledgement of the where your needs are being met and not being met. Okay, so the moon energy, the very intuitive, very sensitive, you being able to understand dynamics with relationships a lot easier. Again, bringing in the magic, this connection to your instinctive soul purpose and the way that you express it. It's also about clearing away delusions and bringing in the wonder and the magic of the moon, of like that this cycle is instigating a phase of your needs being met in those relationships. And through that, you are able to nourish others and meet others' needs as well. And I really like this coming up with the Devil card, because it's got the wolf and the dog, right? So dogs come from wolves. Wolves are very instinctive, very primal, very animalistic energy, with the dog that through training and boundaries and restrictions has turned into something more civilized. Okay, we want both of these working together. We don't want to deny either side of it. And so this is acknowledgement of the fact that we do need some boundaries with relationships. We do need some understanding of the self and other, as well as tapping and not denying our very primal animal instincts when it comes to engaging with the connections that we have with others, of the magic of that, of like moving with instinct, as well as moving with this sense of knowing what it is that you need in order to feel comfortable and safe in those relationships. For the forward moving Mercury, we've got much more, like we've got action and slowing down, we've got cultivation and working, and then with the direct motion we've got kind of like go 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 go. We've got two knights here. Knights embody the element or the tool that they have. Okay, so page, we've also got a page. Love the combination. Pages are like very excitable energy. They've just got a hold of that element and they want to share it with the world. The knights are how we embody it. So we've got the Knight of Wands, very passionate, very motivated, very aspirational energy, very creative energy. It's fire. It likes to transform. We've got this with the Knight of Swords. This is seeing things clearly, moving, being able to shift into a new dynamic that's based on your inner truth. And being able to take action on this and not denying your ability to express these things in relationships. We've got this with the Page of Pentacles. And as I said, pages, they're sort of very youthful energy, very light on their feet. Page of Pentacles is like, okay, we're bringing in this new way of working, but it's like apprentice energy. So we're now, like with this forward moving motion, we're instigating what we've been learning and being practical with it in our 3D relationship. So we're embodying, we're taking action on what we've been learning, and we're exploring that, and perhaps things moving a little far. Perhaps events around you are shifting and navigating for you to be able to then put into practice what you've been learning with the retrograde. You know, it's heralding in a new way of embodying yourself in your dynamics. We've got this. This is how the energy is manifesting moving forward. We've got this with the Two of Swords in reverse, the High Priestess, and the Nine of Pentacles crowning it. So this, I like this combination because this is sort of really highlighting your ability to now make decisions where you're not in opposing. So this card can be read in many different ways, but there's essentially two opposing forces that need mediation in order to work together. There's also an element of not being able to make decisions. In reverse, it's very much you being able to be clear in the decision making that you make with those one-to-one relationships from a deep place of intuition, right? Of allowing through the clarity and understanding of how you want to be in these relationships, how you want these relationships to be, you're now able to draw these situations towards you. With that high priestess energy. Yeah, really love this combination being crowned with the Nine of Pentacles, because the Nine of Pentacles, very independent energy. You know, I talked loads about how this is definitely facilitating us being able to be independent. That's not about being selfish or rude, but being able to be confident being ourselves in one-to-one relationships, and drawing towards drawing situations and relationships towards you that match that frequency. And the Nine of Pentacles, she's taking actions in the long term in order to facilitate a state of abundance. So whatever shift and change is happening here, whether you're in a relationship or not, this is elevating that. Or again, with your clients, elevating the ability through your own independence, you're able to share that integrated energy with others, that sense of striving for abundance. This is, you know, she's just hanging out talking to her birds in her garden. That doesn't have to be what you see abundance to be, but this is very much taking action in order to create an abundant environment that you have, okay? However that shows up for you. And this is also a Virgo card, like very able to be not definitely moving away from codependency if that's an issue that's come up, or certainly not necessarily sacrificing yourself for the sake of others or taking away from others, right? This is really acknowledging that you're cultivating this dynamic of your relationships to embody this, of where you're all like clients, business partners, friends, you're all like tapping into this energy and instigating this energy of facilitating each other's journeys. Right, I'm going to pull some coming up with creative ideas to help instigate autonomy in one-to-one relationships, as well as being able to create in this 3D world more flow and more abundance. Right, I am going to pull some clarification cards for you, Pisces. This is the numerology deck. All the decks are in the description box. Let's see. I didn't want that one. Let's see what is coming up for you for this Mercury in Virgo transit. Got personal growth. Okay, so that's really kind of highlighting this dynamic. Like we can't engage in healthy relationships until we've worked on ourselves. That's just facts, right? I've, been bearing witness to a lot of relationships that, we got the Venus retrograde, the nodes have moved into Libra and Aries, a lot of relationships sort of falling away because of the lack of one party not being able to look at themselves and like putting all the responsibility and all the blame on others, rather than being able to look themselves in the mirror. The more that we're able to do that, the more that we're confident and comfortable with and integrated with ourselves, the more that energy is then available to those around us. Oh. Got the Hermit. Okay, this is the only time the Hermit's shown up in these readings, which is, interesting considering the Hermit is the Virgo card. But, again, I'm not surprised with it being opposite your sign, Pisces. It's about truth, guides, fact, wisdom. So you're being guided at this moment with that inner journey to then be able to give that to other people. The Hermit is about seeking your own inner truth and not seeking it from the outside world, finding that wisdom within. The more that you cultivate that in this dynamic, the more that it is then accessible to the people that are around you, that they're able to find their own truth. And then that energy, when we're working together from a state of independence, but in unity, the flourishing of the universe happens, right? Right, we are the universe manifest in individual form, and denying other people's agenda and sacrificing your own are just blocking that energy. So I love that the wisdom's coming up, and this understanding that through your journey, Pisces, you are able to help guide those around you. So as I said, if you've got one-to-one clients, there's an element of you being able to be that wisdom for others, with that Nine of Pentacles, without sacrificing your own autonomy, right? And through this exploration, you are able to bring in a state of abundance in the 3D world. Okay, I'm going to pull one more card from the numerology deck. Let's see what one. There we go. Pride. Pride in this new development, pride in understanding yourself, and therefore having pride in other people as well. You know, I did talk about Virgo being can be very critical of others, especially showing up in the 7th house. But just in order to facilitate, right, it's just trying to be helpful. It just can come across in the wrong way. And this pride is sort of really acknowledging that the journey that you've been on and who you are and how you're then able to express it with one-to-one people, and feeling very confident in your individuality in a one-to-one dynamic. So yeah, I really love that for you, Pisces. This is, yeah, a lovely reading. If any of it resonated, if you appreciate what's come up, maybe giving you a bit of perspective, a bit of empowerment, help you understand if there are going to be difficulty issues, to get some perspective with it. There are lots of things that you can do to help the channel. It's a growing channel, so all interaction with the videos really helps the YouTube algorithm go, hey, we're going to send this out further out into the world. Liking the video, leaving a comment, even if it's just an emoji, or let me know what sign you're tapping into. Watching the video till the end, even if it's on mute. Subscribing. Hello, new viewers, and welcome. Watching more than one video in a row. I know I'm just listing them. I have no expectations of you doing it. I just, you know, there's a part of me that's like, I just don't ever want to say this, but I'm aware that it does help facilitate the channel's growth. So if you feel like doing any of those things, I'd really appreciate it. I love to hear from you about the astro weather, and I will get back to you. It's one of my favorite things. So if you want to talk to me about what's going on in your life in terms of all the transits, I would love to hear from you. Be good to yourselves, Pisces. Be good to those around you. And most importantly, be well until we meet again. Aquarius rising. How you doing, Aquarius? For those of you just tapping into the Aquarius energy and it doesn't fall in your first house, look to the house that it does fall in, the themes of that house, and apply those themes to the messages that come through. It's as if that Aquarius energy with all the themes from your natal chart have now moved to the first house. Take what resonates, leave what doesn't. In general, regardless of whether this is your rising sign or not, Virgo and Aquarius are in conjunct one another, and so this is a little bit more of a difficult, complex aspect than some of the other signs in connection to your Aquarius energy. Right, this is because they don't traditionally have any of the 3 main themes of the signs in common with one another. Aquarius, you are fixed air, you are yang day in nature. Virgo is mutable earth, and it's yin night in nature. So it's as if you're having a conversation with someone and you, like, on first glance and maybe second or third glance, you don't have anything in common with one another. However, right, we've all got something in common with one another. It's just sometimes this is just taking a little while to get going, right? So after crossed wires, miscommunication, some frustration, after you sort of understand that that's what's sort of showing up with an inconjunct, is also high end shaking of dimension magic, right? Of really being able to utilize all of these very different, so you've got 6 different themes, right, playing together, and the more that we work with them, the more that we can create outside of the known realities, right, outside of the commonalities, the norms, the stereotypical energy. This is sort of very maverick, very innovative and inventive energy when we've got inconjuncts, right? So can be a bit difficult. You've got to try and find some commonality between you and the Virgo energy, right? And see how that shows up for you and how that feels. So the 8th house, right? With inconjunct, I link it to hopping on one leg, tapping your head and moving your hand around on your belly. I don't know if you did that as a kid. It's definitely what was going on when I was growing up, and it can be really difficult to do. I've got like my balance isn't that great. So I've got cross-lateral thinking where I don't have the dominant side of the brain, so it's a little bit difficult for me to get those to connect together. But once you do, you then, like, something different happens when you do that, right? That your brain starts working in different ways, and you're able to open up different pathways when you're like, human beings aren't very good at multitasking. Some of us are good, but let's be real. Try talking to someone while they're on their phone, then it's not gonna go in. They may think it does, but it's not. Once we're able to tackle this ability of being able to multitask in this way, remember 6 different themes are going on, that we're then we're juggling lots of plates, that once we get in the flow of it, then that's when the magic happens. So Aquarius rising, this Mercury retrograde is happening in your 8th house. This is the house of the outside world's resources. So it's opposite your 2nd house of your resources, the tools that you have in order to make your money, how you manifest, and also how you value yourself and what do you value. Now over in the 8th house, this is the outside world's resources. This can often be linked into mortgages, loans, car insurance, that kind of car rentals, that kind of stuff. That's sort of like a more bigger chunk of money rather than the monthly income. Big chunks of money that is engaging with the outside world rather than what you're doing with your resources. So this is often inheritance, 3D inheritance or cosmic inheritance, so yeah, it's a house of transformation as well. It's also linked into the give and take between you and the outside world in the 3D and in the 5D. Time, money, things, ideas, passions, intimacy, all of that exchange, right? So often with the 8th house, this can come up as like either giving too much or taking too much, or not feeling supported by the outside world that may limit you from you being able to take actions. Sometimes it's really positive transits where you're getting loads of resources coming in from the outside world that is facilitating you. I would always call with that 8th house is like really get in alignment with don't let the lack that you may find there diminish yourself, right? Diminish your resources and the way that you go and move in the world, right? And that's the element of codependency of like giving too much or needing too much from other people. Always try and find that imbalance. Always try and bring that into a more healthy alignment whenever we've got transits there. It's also about like feeling good when you're going out and about in the world, perhaps noticing more opportunities coming your way when you are out and about in the world, just generally being in a bit more flow when we've got transits in the 8th house between you and the outside world. We've got this Mercury retrograde here, right? That's going to be ending. Well, Mercury's going to leave Virgo on the 2nd of October. So we've got a little while yet. We've got 2 months of this. And so what's a retrograde? Well, first I'm pulling cards for 4 piles. The first pile is for the shadow phase of the blue. While I was talking about the 8th house, I always nearly mentioned that this card shows up, but I didn't want to do it. For some reason, I didn't say it. But this card often shows up with the 8th house, where we feel left out in the cold and we don't feel supported. And whenever that does, it's like really tending to sort of shift that mindset. Just had an energetic release then. Sorry, they're just doing some energy work right now around the throat chakra. Just had another energetic release. Tapping around the throat, around the back of the throat chakra. Obviously doing with Mercury, which is linked into communication, and Mercury rules Virgo, so there's a powerful link to that of how do we then facilitate this change in communication in the 3D world. Oh, I forgot to move this down. I always forget to do that. And now tapping over the 3rd eye and moving back to the back of my neck and to the front. You got 2 5s. Yeah, there's a shift and change around conflict energy. They're sort of tapping on my temple. And now ending on the heart chakra. And pulling that energy into my heart chakra. Ooh. Right, so I'll keep talking. Just getting a little bit, there's a lot of energy going on right now. So I'm pulling cards for 4 different piles. The first pile is from the 4th of August to the 23rd of October. This is the shadow phase, which we're already in, and which I will break these down after I list the piles. The second pile is for the retrograde itself, when Mercury is going retrograde in the sign of Virgo. The third pile is when Mercury then goes direct and goes back over the degrees that it's retrograded over. And the fourth pile is how this energy is all manifesting moving forward after this transit. Right, so the shadow phase, this is so retrogrades are 3 times a charm, right? And so we've got the shadow phase, which is Mercury going over the degrees going direct over the degrees that it's going to retrograde over. It's going to stop, slow down, and then go backwards. This is called the station. When Mercury stations, it's then a slow down, stop, and then go backwards. This is the retrograde motion over the same territory. It's going to stop, slow down, and just got an alignment with the flame, and then go direct, but it's still going back over the degrees that it's already retrograded over. I find with retrogrades, it's not until the planet, I mean, it all depends. Sometimes things really do start kick-start when a planet's gone direct, but I often find it's not until that planet has gone into new territory. It's gone past the retrograde point. So the retrograde is going to be 8 degrees to 21 degrees 51 minutes. All the degrees, all the dates, everything that I'm talking about is going to be listed, will be listed in the description box. Oh, hello. And when I finish this series, so there might be some of you who are watching this and you go to the description box, and you'll find that there aren't the dates of the major aspects that are going to be there. Do bear with me. I might find time to do it before I finish this series, but if not, I will 100% do it when this series is finished. So if you're watching it and they're not there, they will be there when I've finished. The dates of the retrograde and the degrees, they're all in there already, but it just might be a little while before I get the major aspects pulled up and written down. Right, so the shadow phase, this is, as I said, this can be really, whoa, hello Aquarius, hello your card. The shadow phase started on the 4th of August, right? This can often be louder than the retrograde itself. It all depends on your chart. It depends on the transit. I've seen it show up in numerous different ways. And so the shadow phase, as I said, this is the unconscious phase, right? This is the universe and the magic within us, giving us clues and hints about what this retrograde is going to be all about. And so this is going to be until the 23rd of August. 3 5s, goodness me, Aquarius. Okay, change is happening. And this is so the shadow phase, as I said, this is the unconscious space, that which isn't seen, showing up, pulling in threads to help us navigate the retrograde itself. Then we have the station, and this is very powerful energy, and I'm going to be talking about the days that this shifts for Mercury, and then we're going to go retrograde. So we're going to be revising, we're going to be revisiting, we're going to be going over old territory, being able to find the small nuances and details that we may have missed if we were only going over it once. Retrogrades are a wonderful thing, even if they might be a bit disruptive, right? Because they're going against the usual trajectory geometry of which a planet operates. However, Mercury retrogrades a fair amount, so it's really familiar with this energy. So I like to describe retrogrades in two different ways, because the words. So imagine walking somewhere, you've got an appointment to somewhere that you've never been before, and you've got to get there. The journey there can take a lot of energy, can feel like it's going on for ages, because you're having to look at your maps, maybe you forget what you've looked at, you're questioning yourself, you're double checking, you're making sure you're going in the right direction, and you're focused on the information that you need in order to get you there on that time. And also, when we're in a new environment, we're meaning making machines. We're constantly absorbing everything that's around us in order to survive and then grow and thrive. Right? So when we're heading somewhere in a new environment, like, we're being overwhelmed and bombarded from every direction with a lot of information. So we're kind of in this absorption learning state. We're not necessarily thinking for ourselves, where the energy of the environment is influencing us and having a bit of dominance. Then on the way back, like, you've already gone over this territory, so now you're a bit more comfortable, right? You kind of you're a bit more confident in knowing how to get back home, and you might then just start, instead of like focusing on your phone to look for the maps, focusing on the road signs, you're able to like look at the flowers that somebody's been growing, or look at this really cool shop front that you haven't noticed, or just really being able to then move less away from the learning. The learning's still going on, because obviously this is only sort of the second time around. But now you're in a state of contemplation. You're in a bit more ease, and so you're able to explore how you experience this environment for yourself rather than for the end goal itself. This is integration. Retrogrades are all about integration. They help us, rather than all the planets going direct all the time, like not necessarily having a time to catch our breath and absorb and integrate, and then see things that we may have missed if we were constantly on speed mode, right? Retrogrades often reroute ourselves, and get us more in alignment with a version of reality that we may have missed if we were constantly in a state of control. And then the third time, say you've got to go there again, you've done this route already. Oh, and that way home is often quicker, right? Often feels quicker. So the third time, you know what you're doing, right? You've got confidence in where you're going, where you're headed. Your body isn't, all your senses aren't like, it's radars out of like all the sort of information you've got to try and absorb. And you like, they're comfortable with that. There's ease. And now more information's coming in from different dimensions, okay? From different possibilities. So now you're really in full sort of contemplation mode. And this might be a time where you take a little detour, where you go down a different route, because you know you're confident in the layout. You've gone over this territory before, so you're able to take a little detour. And often the retrograde will do that to you and take you on a little side quest in order to help get you to that location from a perspective that transforms the end result. Also can be like going to an event that you've never been before, learning something new for the first time as well. So the other way that I look at it is when we're learning something, whether that's reading a book, listening to a lecture, doing a course, learning to build something, or doing a craft, or whatever it is. The first time we do it, we're kind of like, what's going on? There's so much information. You're in learning mode, like you're absorbing what other people are teaching you, right? You're not necessarily thinking for yourself. The second time you do it, you've got a bit more groove, a bit more flow. You're able to add on your own slant a little bit. So we've got the percentages of learning and contemplation get more balanced. And then when you start doing something over again, that's when you're really able to, as I say, add on your own interpretation of something that is already now familiar, rather than constantly in a download space. So that's when we start to integrate that third time, really integrate and then explore in different possibilities. So that's how I look at retrogrades. Yes, they can be frustrating. There can be a bit sort of things that you've wanted and you've had plans for falling through. Do be patient with that. It's often very much redirecting you to a place that you may not have even, a way of getting to that location that you may have not even imagined, and it was actually the better route, and you gained so much wisdom and information, and it perhaps gave you new possibilities of being able to explore what you're doing at that end result, right? So being open up to the vast tapestry of the universe, of being able to engage with the possibilities that are beyond your sort of very rational mind, right with this retrograde. This is really asking us to sort of relinquish control in a way, especially with Virgo energy, which can be very intense in its need to control and facilitate. And so, yeah, what was I going to say? Yeah, there can be like crossed wires and miscommunication. This might be accentuated more with the in conjunct. It all depends on where you're at with engaging with this energy. Like, it can be about emails disappearing, posts not necessarily turning up when it should do, but it's actually going to turn up when you really need it. It's so weird sometimes when post has done that in my life and other people's, where it's like that's shown up when it needed to show up, and you might not have got all the wisdom and benefit from that thing that's turning up in the same way that you do when, you know, the universe has sort of played a little mischief with the mail. This is also can be whoa, you got the sun, the star, and the moon. I don't think I've had that on any reading on this channel, Aquarius. Just FYI. What's going on with you? Right, what was I midway of saying before that card jolted me out of that? Yeah, so there can be, this can be a great time to work on a project with the outside world, because this is a revisiting time, and you're getting to the nuances of things, of like really working on a project. If you've got one going on that, you know, you're collaborating with other people on, this can be a really great time to get to the details of it, and before then launching after the event. A lot of astrologers will tell you not to sign contracts during this time. I can understand why that is a thing, because with the retrograde, information is going to be revealed later on that we are not aware of right now, that you may have to revisit and go over again. And so with contracts, like that can be them not necessarily working in the way that you would like them to. That's definitely can be very much a thing, but I would always say go with your intuition, go with your gut. Virgo rules the intestines, and really sit to see, because sometimes even those misdirections of working, of signing those contracts or doing those things can actually be part of your path, of leading you to another place. Okay, so I would just sit with it and see what works for you, and like, if you don't want to do it, don't do it. If you do, you do, right? I don't ever want to limit people on their own agency, because that's not the point. That's not the point of this rodeo. This can be other people from your past turning up in your life. This can show up. I might talk about this in one of the introductions, pull some cards on it. I think that'll be fun, because I haven't necessarily mentioned it in all the signs, but this can be people showing up, right? So messages coming in from the past, because we're going back over territory, and so this can show up of somebody coming into your life who helps you remember something that you may have forgotten, a version of yourself, an intimacy level that you may have had, an exchange, a healthy relationship that you may have had with the outside world, that you may have forgotten about, and they can come back in your life to help remind you that this is what's being instigated for the next part of the journey. Okay, a sense of appreciation can come in. This can also bring people into your life where there's needed to be a sense of resolution, if it may have been difficult. It can bring people into your life who have messages to you to let you know that may have previously triggered you, that are no longer triggering you in the same way, to let you know you've released some of that. This can also bring in people into your life where you are forming a new dynamic, with those 8th house themes. Okay, so this is a rebuilding, a rejuvenation, a renovating of the give and take between you and the outside world. Also with the 5D, this can be a very, very magical house. So a recommitment of that engagement that you have with spirit. It's not how it's showing up, which is the 7th house, but that give and take. And a recommitment to your understanding and your reflection and engagement with the outside world and the resources that they have. As I said, giving too much, taking too much, making sure that that is in balance. Okay, so then, where was I? Yeah, so with the retrograde, we're going to be going over all the clues that have turned up, spend time in contemplation. I've been saying, like, Virgo is an earth sign, right? So there's a heaviness, there's a slowing down. It's really asking you to be mindful and be in a state of observation, and just breathe. Okay, Aquarius, right? Slow down. This is a yin night nature. A lot of this transit is linked into earth and water, which can be heavy for those of you who've got a heavy air or fire chart. With having Aquarius rising, there is a need for movement, for flow in a way that is quite quick, because we're dealing with air. The air and fire aren't bound by gravity. They are yang day in nature. They want to go and do and be. The yin night nature is like, there's a more of an introverted. It's not about not taking action, but it's about cultivation, strategy, being able to just cultivate a plan in order to get the nuance and context come in. So I've been saying to people, even though this is an earth sign, right, it's a social earth sign, and it's also ruled by Mercury. Mercury likes to be in flow, so it might be really good during this transit to go out for walks, and go out into the world, be social in the world. It doesn't necessarily mean interacting with other people. I mean, that can definitely be a thing. You might get messages from the outside world coming in, especially with Mercury transiting the 8th, which can be about what the outside world is bringing to you. And so that sort of meditative, walking energy, maybe listening to music or listening to the wind, right? Mercury can show up in many different ways, of just like allowing yourself to pause, right? In this introduction, one of the cards was take a moment, right? That was a message from Spirit of like allowing yourself to breathe and to take a moment rather than rushing into anything. Not only is this a retrograde, which does ask us to slow down, which does ask us to really sort of embody that yin energy, but it's in a yin sign, so it's doubling down on that, right? We haven't had a retrograde with Mercury in the sign of Virgo, with opposite Saturn for over 30 years, so this is really instigating a whole new cycle. I'll talk more about that Saturn opposition. I've pulled cards on that one. For those of you who didn't watch the introduction of this video, in each introduction I've gone into more depth and pulled collective cards for some of the major aspects of this transit, one of them being the opposition with Saturn and Neptune over in Pisces. Right, so this retrograde, we will then just, imagine revising for an exam, okay? So it's really good to go over things and revisit and like integrate. This is the integration phase of all the unconscious stuff that's shown up in the shadow. And now we're going over, we're crossing the dot, we're figuring out which clauses in the contract we want to engage in. Okay, they didn't want any of those cards. That was the Page of Cups, Queen of Wands, and the Ten of Pentacles. We'll see if they want to come out again. What was I saying? Brainwipe. Yeah, and then we'll have the direct motion. And so again, as I said, things might not kick off in the way that you might expect. So don't hold any expectations for that. Just really understand that this now is like the further integration where you're moving forward. You're thinking more about the future rather than engaging in the past, and integrating all that wisdom of that revisitation into your dynamic with the outside world moving forward. I mentioned contracts. I'm going to come back around to that with one of the aspects that I'm going to talk about, one of the major ones, which I really love, that's happening on the day of the retrograde. But just in general, the three main messages that I've been getting with this is have fun, find the joy in it, and be playful with these changes. Be mutable, really embody that mutable side of Virgo, of allowing there to be change, as well as acknowledging the depth and the wisdom that you get from a retrograde. We can be both a child and the elder at the same time, and this is, as I said, this is the first time opposite Saturn for a long time, so we're really instigating a whole new flow with our 3D experience. Like Virgo likes to bring flow in the 3D. Like, how do we practically use the information that we've been gathering? Virgo's very good at seeing where something's not working, and wants to make a change with that, but there can be a little bit of a coolness with that. And it can lead to not only internal self-criticism and judgment, but external judgment and self-criticism. So with that give and take between you and the outside world, that could definitely be a thing that shows up. And maybe you're being too critical to yourself of what you give, and not seeing that what you have to give is of value. My hand has just gone over my heart chakra. Or it can be being overly critical of the outside world, overly critical of relationship dynamics, the give and take, that judging other people, judging the world, and that can go too far, admittedly, right? It's very helpful to be observant and be able to fix things in the world. Virgo's linked into engineers, editors, as well as healers. It can go too far. It can go to extremes. With every sign, there's always extremes that we want to be mindful of, right? We can fall into the pit of criticism that can really only get you so far. Yes, we want to be real with other people, but there's a healthy navigation of how we work with that isn't necessarily then blocking off energy, and having people get triggered, or you being triggered by the outside world of it being critical to you. Like with that 8th house, I always say, look to yourself. Really look to yourself and be able to walk with confidence despite what's going on around you. And it's difficult. It's very difficult because we are tribal, right? And that really shows up in the 8th house of like how that's reflected. Often we've got trauma responses and limiting beliefs blocking us from being able to get the resources that are going to help us thrive from the outside world. And I really feel this Mercury retrograde is helping revisit that. Mercury was also a healer in its mythology, not only just about information, but how do we use that information to then heal and unblock energy, right? Virgo is all about like, I'm not a big fan of cord cutting. I feel like energy is about transformation rather than separation. And so I've envisaged that as sort of, I used to be given necklaces by people to untangle. Like, I'm really good at it. I'm able to go into the zone, and that's the way I see the Virgo energy of like, rather than breaking it down and diminishing it or getting rid of it if it's not working, it's like, how do we unravel that energy within us, and that stops it from being blocked, right? That all that knotted energy that we have within us. They've just sort of put their hands over my gut. So Virgo does rule the upper and lower intestine. It's the bigger brain, right? So the more that we're in a healthy alignment with our gut, the more that we're able to be in flow and clear stuck energy in our bodies. That with that necklace, imagine that energy unraveling and then becoming in its flow state. Like, what does that energy that may have been a difficulty, may have been a challenge, in a way that's separating you from the cosmos of love, right? How do we then unravel that and help it be seen and allow it to flow through you and be able to transform? Okay, I've just noticed. Wait, no. Okay. I got sidetracked for a second and I thought maybe you had all 5 fives, all 4 fives even. But you don't. You just got 3 right now. Okay. Yeah, so really rebalancing healthy dynamics. And dynamics with the resources, with the bigger outside world, the 5D, and also your one-to-one people, like the people in your life, right? That's where that dynamic, that transformation of exchange happens in the 8th house, of how those relationship dynamics manifest in the give and take between you and the outside world. As I said, criticism can very much, and judgment can be very much a very powerful energy of Virgo. But really allow yourself to, it's linked into perfection because Virgo's seeking that. Okay, and really struggles to deal with things not being as they should be, like that flow, right? So seeking that flow when it's not there, just being like, that really acknowledging the journey of the human existence, like even in that blockage, there is still flow. And the more that we work with that and we're able to harness that power, it can help unblock those energies in a way that is both facilitating the transformational journey as well as the energy itself. Right? No one left behind, no energy left behind. Right, okay, look to where your Mercury is in your chart. That will have add on, like what sign is it in, what house it's in, and what themes of that house. And that will add on a layer of how that shows up for you in a personal way. Because this Mercury transiting is the same Mercury in your chart. So whatever's going on with that Mercury is being influenced by the one in your chart, because that's the sort of baseline interaction that you have with the universe and how it expresses itself. So go check that out. And then it'll add on some clues about what's going on for this retrograde. Very powerful stuff. Okay, I'm just going to pause for a second and hydrate because I've been talking for a while. Okay, so I am now going to talk about the main aspects that Mercury is going to be making up until the 2nd of October. So we're kick-starting with the 4th of August. This is when Mercury entered shadow. You might want to look back to that date and see what clues were coming up on that day for you to help you understand what that dynamic's all been about. And what this retrograde is going to manifest into, right? Because it can be quite powerful when when planets enter those energies, and we get clues. Also, looking back to the 28th of July can also be very useful, because whenever a planet enters a sign, so signs for me are like realms. They're like lands in which they have a certain cultural way of expressing themselves. And so whenever a planet enters a sign, it's entering the realm. So it's like they're at the gates, they're at the border of the land, and they're declaring what their intentions are. Okay, so they can often be very loud. I mean, it all depends. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't, but it's fun looking back in time to see what was going on. But with this shadow phase, so this got instigated with the moon and Saturn in opposition to Mercury. So whereas we've got all this Virgo energy happening in your 8th house, we've got Saturn and over in your 2nd house of your resources. This is how you make your money from the tools that you have. It's how you manifest in the world, right? So it's the skills that you have, the resources you have in order to make your money and manifest. It's also about the things that you really value and you really care about, as well as how you value yourself. Saturn's moving through there for the next 2.5 years. If they're just sort of tapping the whole deck on my heart chakra. If you haven't seen the Saturn retrogrades, the Saturn series in Pisces, I apologize. There are 2 series that I've done already. There's going to be some more every time Saturn's changing direction. That if you haven't watched that might be a good idea to understand what Saturn's doing for you over in the 2nd house, because that's a big part of this Virgo transit, this Virgo Mercury transit. It's about the opposition. Okay, so with oppositions, we can find that we seesaw from one side to the other, right? We can prioritize one direction or the other. And whenever these things come up, it's in order to help us try and find balance. What we really want to do with oppositions is make sure that both of these signs and these planets and the qualities that they have are in harmony with one another. They're not invalidating each other's experience, and they are in fact working together to facilitate each other's agenda. So I was pointing out the fact that it's like the infinity symbol, which I've got here, that we've got either side of the signs, that they may seem really far apart, but they're actually united in the middle, that there's an element of ebb and flow. And yes, sometimes we can prioritize one side, but we've got to make sure that it's not all the time, and that there is an element of flow between the two of these that meet in the middle, right? That's where we need to be, is in the middle, where spirit is, in order to find balance between you understanding the integrity and responsibility and duty that you have around your resources. That's Saturn moving through your 2nd house, right? That can provide limitations and frustrations, but in order to help you really get in alignment with you understanding the authority that you have in the skills that you have to offer, Saturn can come along and stress test everything and make sure that your foundations are strong, and it can feel a bit disruptive, but it's doing so in order for you to feel confident in the way that you express yourself based on your own integrity. And I mean express yourself through your skills, okay, through your values, being able to understand your value in the universe and how important that is. And I love the combination of Saturn being opposite Mercury at the beginning of this shadow, of saying Saturn's more a long-term transit. It's linked into your longer term cycles. We've obviously not had Saturn here in 30 years, so we're instigating this new sense of authority and integrity with your skill set, with how you value yourself, that is feeding into Mercury. And Mercury is in its own sign. Mercury is in exaltation, right? Mercury is the only planet to be exalted in a sign that is its own. Okay, so everyone else is exalted in signs that are ruled by other planets. So the Mercury is incredibly powerful by exaltation. So let's go back to that realm interpretation of what a sign is, that Mercury's essentially got a massive temple where all the people of that realm are like elevating the qualities of Mercury with the Virgo and energy. So not only is Mercury the ruler, so it's essentially like the monarch is showing up and saying, hey, this is the revamp that I'm doing, this is the elevation, this is the redecorating that I'm doing over the next 2 months, guys. Everyone get involved. And everyone's willing to do so and wants to raise that frequency up because they honor the higher qualities of Mercury, of how do we put into practice and bring flow into our day-to-day, right? How do we manifest that? So this is a very powerful Mercury, absorbing the wisdom and the integrity of Saturn, of the maturity, the understanding of cause and effect. So helping us clear out trauma collectively, of like why things have happened the way that they have, and being able to let go and move on if they aren't serving our foundational process, and being able to transform that energy through Mercury, which is finding the small details, finding that stuck energy and unraveling things, like slowly letting that energy flow. Okay, so we're bringing in limiting beliefs around how you value yourself that may have impacted the way that you engage with the world, or the way that the world engages with you. Love this for you. And so there's a real sense of understanding of this combination between Virgo and Pisces is like bringing the magic into the 3D realm. So you have a lot of compassion, a lot of empathy, a lot of magic, a lot of ability to be mutable and appreciating different points of view, the light and the darkness with that Piscean energy. It's very magical, very fluky, lots of synchronicities. So tapping into those resources that are going to, oh, hello, Mercury. The Magician is the Mercury card, of tapping into that ability to connect to the collective emotional unconscious, connect into the depths of the creator energy that is permeating in every part of us, and being able to bring that into life. There's a boundlessness with Pisces, right? So that can be like giving your skills away, and not necessarily having that come back, and that this Virgo transit, I'm just trying to think of things that may have been blocking this, as well as not being able to see clearly what your skills are. Saturn's really giving structure and reality to the magic of Pisces, and that is feeding into Mercury, saying, okay, right, we're now going to get this long-term cycle of Saturn in your second house, of you truly knowing with authenticity, integrity, and responsibility to how you bring things into the world with your resources, how you value yourself. We're feeding that into this transit with Mercury. Okay, right, let's bring into an alignment the understanding of the give and take between you and the outside world, of the resources, of like not giving too much or not taking too much, being too critical and allowing the flow to come in, right? Really lovely transit. And the moon was there, so we're getting a lot of intuitive hits around where our needs are not being met in terms of our resources being appreciated, or you appreciating yourself, and therefore having a stuck energy in the way that other people may appreciate you. Blockages around your sense of survival mode, and like maybe not feeling like you've got the resources that you need. You have all of them within you, you truly do. And that moon is giving you intuitive hits of saying, hey, well, here's how we're bringing that into balance with the outside world's resources, with your connection to the cosmos, with your connection to other people that come. It isn't it needs both that practical and the magic as well. So I love that. We've also got a trine with Jupiter happening on this day. It will be moving, to be exact, later on, but so we've got Jupiter over in Taurus, which for you is in your 4th house of your roots and your foundations, your ancestors, your lineage, your past lives, your connection to your parents, parental figures, roof over your head, and your private life. This is the darkest part of your chart. This is the foundational space, right? Jupiter's there along with Uranus. Uranus is going to kick into gear later on in this transit, that Jupiter's providing wisdom and this sense of ease that you're finding in your home life and your foundations, right? Finding expansion and elevation with your connection to your ancestors, your past lives, those foundations, getting you a sense of confidence in the foundational space of you and feeling good about yourself, right? And so that is feeding into this retrograde. Okay, with this new development and growth of this Jupiterian energy in your fourth house, feeding that into Mercury and providing wisdom of like, this is where we're headed, not only with Saturn in the long term, but also Jupiter in the long term. It's a 12-year cycle since it's been in Taurus, of like, this is where we're headed and this is what we need in that exchange between the outside world, right? Getting that into balance and making sure you're facilitating and leveling that up based off of the comfort and generosity that you're feeling in yourself, right? How does that then express itself in the outside world and come back and loop around? On the 9th or 10th of August, depending on where you live, this is when Mercury is going to make the exact trine with Jupiter. So everything that I was already saying, well, this is something may show up around this time that's really instigating that. Trines are an aspect of Jupiter, wants to provide elevation, wisdom, cohesion, a sense of that. With that wisdom, we get an opening up to abundance and opportunities and generosity and luck, right? So there's a sense of Jupiter, finding wisdom in your home life, in the things that you're doing in your private, that is building you up in your ability to navigate the outside world from a space of more ease and more grace that's feeding into Mercury. There might be there just might be this sense of finding with, like, the fourth house has a lot of trauma. Okay, so it's linked into the parental figures. No matter what they do, they're going to mess you up in one way or another. It's part of their job. They're finding wisdom in that, finding understanding, whether it's conscious or not, of like how you've got to where you've got. Sometimes, so often, a lot of our energy that we're carrying isn't necessarily to do even with our particular lifetime and incarnation. It's linked into ancestral stuff that we're holding space for in order to transform, or stuff from our past lives that we're now connecting to. You know, Jupiter moving through the fourth is very much a reconnection with ancestors, conscious or not, of like just knowing that you're feeling held by them. There's that sense of that expansion of that private space, of the expansion of your foundations and your roots and that lineage, of like facilitating any sort of imbalance you may have had with the outside world that wasn't actually to do with you, but you just signed up to hold that space for your ancestors. In order to, the more that we clear that energy in ourselves, the more we're clearing that not only for ourselves and making it accessible to the collective, but also feeding back in time to our ancestors and helping release that energy. So like raising up and creating space for abundance in the future as well. That Jupiter Mercury trine is really instigating that wisdom into Mercury in its shadow phase, that you might get a lot of things get unraveled in your unconscious mind, that is then going to open you up in the retrograde to revisit on a conscious level, that is breaking you out of pathways that no longer facilitate this particular vibrational frequency that you're operating at. Okay, on the 16th of August, this is going to be the Leo new moon. I am going to be doing a transit video for this. This is going to be the next one that I do. This packs a lot of energy, right? This one, I will be pulling cards for it, so check it out. The reason why I wanted to bring it up is because we've got Mars in Virgo at the moment, okay? And so Mars is finding a motivation and drive to instigate these things, to take action on these things and sort of like work through them from, and also very independent energy as well. So you've perhaps been going out and about in the world a fair amount with Mars being there, and like engaging with what the give and take that you have with the outside world, and like seeing where your motivational drives are behind that and what may be blocking you being able to fully express those actions. And Mars is going to be trine Uranus in Taurus, so in your fourth house. So we've got this Uranus has been in Taurus for a while, so we've all been working on a sense of really trying to bring our individual experience and be comfortable with it in what we're doing. So Uranus wants you to be yourself, right? Uranus its axis is upside down. Its moons are all retrograde. It is the oddball of the universe, but it's not bothered. It's not constantly worrying about what every other planet is thinking about it. I call it the path breaker, the path clearer and the breaker of chains, because Uranus can come into your life if you haven't been tending to the tension in your life that's been blocking your soul blocking you from co-creating with your soul and expressing yourself in this individual form. Uranus will come along and will shake your life up, like flip things upside down, because its axis is different. Its north pole points towards the sun. I love it. That Uranus can be very disruptive, but it doesn't just have to be disruptive. It's just really trying to help you understand that you are a maverick, understand that you are a unique expression of the universe, and wants you to celebrate that and embody that. And you've got this in your fourth house. I've talked about this loads for you, Aquarius rising, if you're a regular, that you've been slowly learning to be comfortable being you at home. Okay, you may have been finding unique places to live that are facilitating that, and also like as I said, there's a lot of trauma in the fourth house around parents. So if parents may have been blocking you from being able to express yourself, you've been working through and navigating that with Uranus. And now Uranus is trine Mars on this new moon, which is linked into the Venus retrograde as well, which is in your seventh house. So the seventh house is those relationships, like how those dynamics and how the relationship shows up, like the themes of those relationships. So Leo is like very warm, very courageous, very heart-spaced orientated. The eighth house is the give and take between you, those relationships. So the fact that we've got a new moon happening here with this retrograde of like instigating new cycles off the bat of Venus being retrograde there as well. So this is all intermingled with making sure that you're in alignment with your exchange with the outside world, and how you're drawing in relationships that are going to work based off of this development. So I really like this trine with Mars. Mars is super independent too, right? And so we've got very much, I want to be able to do what I need to do without impacting other people's experience, from a foundational space of like being comfortable, being able to express yourself and take action in the world. So love this. On the 23rd, I'm just going to pause and hydrate again. I do apologize, guys. Right, on the 23rd of August, this is when Mercury stations retrograde. Apologies. All right, this is the slowing down phase, right, of going here before moving backwards. Just before Mercury goes retrograde, the sun will have entered Virgo. This is a big shift in energy, okay? So before this, Mercury was governing Mars, because Mars was in its sign, and therefore Mars was being influenced by Mercury, and the signs that Mars rules were also being influenced. And the themes of the Virgo energy. And so that's Aries and Scorpio. Now the sun has moved into Virgo. The whole chart, every sign, every planet, every asteroid, every aspect is being governed by what's going on with Mercury. This on the day of the retrograde. You couldn't really get any more powerful. I mean, you can, because the amount of aspects that I'm about to talk about of what's going on that day are just like, what? I love it. I love it so much. Right, so I'll work through the chain of energy transfer. Pluto, over in Capricorn, ruled by Saturn. Saturn and Neptune are in Pisces, ruled by Jupiter. Jupiter is in Taurus with Uranus, ruled by Venus. Venus is over in Leo, ruled by the Sun. Mars is still in Virgo. All the signs other than Cancer that the moon moves through, the moon's going to be bound by Mercury. So it's only when the moon is in Cancer that's going to change. Right, so Venus ruled by the sun in Virgo. Sorry, I keep saying this around the other way. And so therefore the sun is being governed by Mercury. Every single sign, when the moon is not in its own sign, is going to be governed by Mercury. So this is a big deal, right? So this means that this retrograde is influencing every part of your chart at the beginning of it, right? And when a planet stations retrograde or stations direct, it's slowing down powerful energy, right? I've been giving the example of when Saturn went stationed retrograde, and Saturn's in Pisces, which is the ocean. Saturn's about due diligence, cause and effect. If you're not sticking by your integrity, then things are going to go a little bit sideways. That's when the submarine sank to the bottom of the ocean, right? Well, no, it imploded at the bottom of the ocean because they didn't do their due diligence, right? They were told that they needed to do a lot of work on the submarine about a year and a half ago, right? And they didn't do it. So, poof. That's just some of the harsh realities of what Saturn can bring into your life, right? But it's wanting you to work with integrity. And if you're going to mess around in the ocean, there's lots of other things about Saturn retrograde about the ocean that is just very much linked with, like, if you're going to go mess around down there, then stuff's going to go wrong if you're not careful. Right, and so that's just a theme, like a very loud theme that shows up on the day of the station. And not only that, we have some amazing aspects. We have this is my favorite aspect of the whole transit. This is on the day of the retrograde, between Mercury and Vesta in Gemini. Okay, in the Gemini video, funnily enough, I pulled some cards and I talked about this aspect in a lot more detail than I'm going to in this reading. So do go check it out. I think it's the most important. I love it so much. And this is happening on the day of the retrograde. Vesta is an asteroid, and she represents devotion and a sense of there's definitely a devotional aspect to Vesta, of tending to your inner flame, and being honoring it, and there's a sense of sanctifying, of purity. It has a lot of connotations, but I haven't been able to think of a word other than that. But I don't want it to sort of I want you to be aware that I'm aware of the connotations when I say that. Over in your 5th house, squaring Mercury for you, Aquarius rising. So it's squaring in general, but you have Gemini in your 5th house. This is your creation energy house. This is the house that brings you joy. Sorry, I just had to pause. This is the house that brings you joy. This is where you get your spring in your step, where you feel enlivened. This is linked into fun, amusement, games, romance, pleasure principle, children, also the things that you birth out into the world from a creative pursuits. Creativity is absolutely anything that we do when we're colouring outside the lines, right? So we've got structures, and then we impart our individual experience into it, right? It's not just linked into the arts, right? So Vesta's over in Gemini, and Vesta and Mercury traditionally have spent a lot of time together when people are honoring the gods. Okay, so they are like kin. Okay, they and I'll explain why. So Vesta represents the hearth. In Greek mythology, she's called Hestia, linked into the hearth, the place that we gather around to keep warm, the fire, right? Where we cook our food, where we tell each other stories, where we gather in the domestic sphere. Vesta represents the inner world, that inner domestic place of bringing harmony, the home. Mercury, very traditionally, is linked into the travelers, the herdsman, the hunter, the merchant, right? The going out into the world, navigating and sharing information, sharing resources, going down paths, exploring the world, that more extroverted side of it, of being in flow in the outside world, and being in devotion to that as well as the inner. It's acknowledging the balance between these two. And in all homes, regardless of like how big or small your home was, most people back in the day, over 2,000 years ago, and remember, these energies are linked into more primal energies that will have been manifested in many different cultures. That these are just representations, because, you know, I incarnated in a Western civilization country, and that comes from the Roman Empire. So, you know, got to tap into that which, you know, I signed up for, you know. These two energies, they were always honored in people's homes. They would have an icon to Vesta and an icon to her, Mercury, or even at least just an altar where you do devotional work towards that, for protection of the inner and the outer world, for acknowledging these energies and having them work together to help facilitate the inner and outer space. And so these two have been hanging out with each other for ages. And Mercury, you know, I talked about contracts. Mercury is very much linked into contracts, that exchange of like, what are you binding yourself to? What are you committing to? And you know, with retrogrades, it's said like, maybe this is not the best time to enter into contracts, but obviously do what you need to do. Vesta. So in the Roman tradition, the temple to Vesta would hold the flame. And this flame was tended to devotionally by the priestesses. And it was this idea that if that flame went out, the Roman Empire would fall. So it's an acknowledgement of the internal spirit that we have within us in terms of that empire, of like, that is representing that spirit connection. And we have that within us, right? So the priestesses tended to that flame, and it made sure that it stayed alight in devotional practice. This was also where contracts were held, right? So business contracts, marriage contracts, wills, and they were held there because there was a lot of treachery going on in the Roman Empire, and people would then like manipulate and alter these commitments. And so these were put in a temple to make sure nobody could tamper with them, essentially. So that's an honoring of the sanctification of making a commitment, a bond, and honoring your connection to that community in an internal space, in a personal space, that's coming through with Vesta. And Mercury, again, linked into contracts. And one of the main messages that came through is, this is a time of us reassessing soul contracts, reassessing the small clauses that we've already completed, and now we're rewriting that. And you've got that in your 5th house of your creation energy, right? For those of you who were linked into relationships, this is a realignment of your commitment to yourself with that creation energy in terms of what you give to other people, the resources that you then receive from the outside world, as well as the give and take between you and the and spirit, as well as, all right, they like that one, as well as other people, right? So all those themes around that that 5th house and 8th house are coming into realignment. It's also a square as well, which is an aspect of Mars. Mars can bring about conflict, drama, and frustration, right? This is because we've got two heads butting against one another. But the other side of that is, once you get them to sort of work together, is a high-end manifestation energy, right? So we need friction in order for there to be this 3D linear time frame reality that we're very aware of. Like, without friction, atoms wouldn't rub against one another, wouldn't create time and space. So this is intense manifestation energy. We're instigating this at the beginning of the retrograde. It's a very powerful metaphorical energy feeding into the rest of the retrograde. And that Vesta energy is trining your ascendant. So really finding wisdom and understanding of how you embody yourself in your creative energy, that's feeding into this, bringing in new contracts with the give and take between you and the outside world. Not only do we have not that very powerful aspect, we've got the moon in Scorpio, sextiling Mercury. So it's an sextile is an aspect of Venus. This is a soft aspect, right? This is an easy, free-flowing energy. That square, that's a hard aspect. That can be like hurdles that we've got to jump over in order to manifest, right? Sextile, very creative. Wants to bring a love, appreciation, a value, a sense of connection and harmony between that Scorpio energy and the Virgo energy with the moon, okay? Brainstorming. You're both yin, night in nature, the Scorpio and Virgo, but you're different modalities and your different elements. So that's that element of bringing together the root, but being able to play with different energies and getting them to work in different ways. And there's an honoring, there's a respect there. You appreciate that energy. You've got Scorpio up in your 10th house. This is your life purpose. Okay, it's not just career, it's your guiding light, your North Star, the thing that pulls you through, right? It's the highest point in the chart, the vision, the clarity, where the sun is going to be at the highest point on the day of your birth, right? So this is pulling you forward, okay? And the moon, our intuition, our emotional body, our needs, how are our needs being met or not being met? How do we nourish others? How do they nourish us, okay? And so the moon is showing up here and getting intuitive hits of you from your life purpose, feeding into Mercury at the beginning of this retrograde to make sure that that's this give and take between you and the outside world is in alignment with that life purpose, with how you are seen by the outside world and respected. And that's in opposition with Uranus, which is over in Taurus, which is Uranus is trining Mercury at the beginning of this retrograde, or that independent energy, or that maverick energy that I talked about before with the trine with Mars, is now feeding into Mercury right at the beginning of like, hey, you're going to embody you from your foundational space. And that means you're not going to be navigating the world in a way that is diminishing your own experience, but also not diminishing other people's as well. Like there is that give and take. We've also got Mars at 27 degrees. So Mercury currently will be at 21 degrees, 51 minutes on this day. Mars is over at 27. This is 5 degrees away. So it's still a conjunction of like that impetus of Mars, of like, how are we taking action on this? Where is our motivation, our drive, our passion, falling into this of like making sure that that's in alignment with what Mercury's going to be doing, getting a lot of support from being able to take action in a way that you're confident and moving forward. We also have Pluto over in Capricorn. So we've got Uranus down in Taurus, we've got Mercury up in Virgo, and we've got Pluto in Capricorn, which for you is in your 8th house. Sorry, not 8th house, 12th house. Again, this is a very magical house. This is the Grand Earth Trine. I pulled cards for this in the Taurus and Aries video for the collective reading. And so Pluto is helping you work through fears, but we've had Pluto there since 2008, so we're kind of familiar with this vibe. What I see with this particular Pluto transit is unearthing treasures that have been hidden. So 12th house, hidden house, house of mysteries, can be depression, loss, grief, because we are dealing with the mental anguish of who we are, the constructs of who we are, and we're unraveling them, and that can be really difficult, right? It can be really heavy. But as I said, you've had Pluto moving through there for a while. I think you're kind of on top of things. But it is also where the magic is, because underneath all those trauma responses and limiting beliefs is our soul's magic, right? And so we're unearthing difficulties that may have blocked these relationships, these dynamics with the outside world, as well as tapping into the magic of how you are then able to transform and bring into the world. And that is feeding into your roots and your foundations, and then into the 8th house. So of the give and take between you and the outside world, this transformational energy coming about quite powerfully. Jupiter's involved as well. It's a wide trine with Jupiter, because Jupiter's a bit further back in Taurus, but it's still there by sign. So we've got a lot of wisdom coming in as well, feeding into this. And we've got an opposition with Neptune. So Neptune's over at 26 degrees, which so is not that far away from opposing exactly Mercury. This Neptune opposition with Mercury that we'll have again later on, we have it just by sign for the whole transit, but like the major aspects is integrating the magic with the 3D, right? Virgo can be very practical. Neptune is very much being able to bring different realities into your own reality. The films, it's very much linked into the film industry. The Marvel movies were really popular, have been really popular with Neptune in Pisces. People from different dimensions, different realities with certain skills that are like either magic or technology and coming together in order to save the universe. Very Neptune in Pisces. So this acknowledgement of utilizing and bringing the magic, all the possibilities of the universe into practicality in this is for across the board, is bringing that magic, bringing the multiple of possibilities into your day-to-day, your reality. So I love that. That is the retrograde beginning. Then on the 4th of September, this is when Venus goes direct. And the reason why I'm bringing this one up is because the sun is in Virgo. And so Venus is being governed by the sun and therefore being governed by Mercury. So what's going on with Mercury is having an influence with this direct motion. And so Mercury is on this day is trine Jupiter and the moon. The moon is in Taurus with Jupiter. So you're really getting in touch with what feels good in your emotional body around your roots and your foundations, finding wisdom, intuitive hits that is feeding into Mercury at this time of like, okay, this is where we're feeling comfortable, this is where we're feeling confident in our foundations. Now let's pull this wisdom and energy, this elevation, this sense of generosity from the ancestors that you're getting into these dynamics that we're reassessing, right? We're now going over old territory. We've got a sense of what's going on, and now we're able to see those small details and be able to work with them and navigate, and what do we want to shift and change and compost and transform what's still working, right? Or which parts of those contracts are still legit. The reason why this is doubly important, because this is 2 days before the Cazimi with the sun. So when planets conjunct the sun, this is called a Cazimi. And this is when we get direct downloads from the sun, right? The sun is the center of the solar system. It is also a portal to the universe and the origins of this particular universe, and the next, and the next, and the one before that, and the one before that. There's a lot of power in the sun, obviously, but light language, downloads coming in. This is the vision, the clarity, the animation, the direction that we have. This sort of this all-encompassing sun energies feeding into Mercury, messenger of the gods, all the information that you need for the next part of the cycle of this retrograde. So we're going to get downloads on this time, whether you're conscious of them or not. They're still going to be around. You might get some clues happening on the day, maybe the day before, maybe the day after. All depends, right? But this is when this is getting implemented. It's also marking the midway point of the retrograde. So until this point, Mercury has been what's called an evening star. This is when Mercury is rising in the evening after the sun has set. Okay, so the evening star is definitely more yin, night in nature. It is receptive, it's observational, it's looking to the past, sort of studying patterns, being more strategic, being cultivating before taking action. Very sort of nourishing energy. There's a softness, there's a slowness to that. And so this is the midway point after the conjunction with the sun. Mercury's turning into the morning star. So this is more the yang day action energy. This is looking to the future. Even though it's still the midway point of the retrograde, it's still going backwards. It's rising in the morning now. And so now we're looking to the forward motion of in the day, of like moving forward rather than looking backwards. And rising before the sun, so it's sort of preempting what's going to happen. And so again, this is sort of more, as I said, still retrograde, but now the eyes on the future part rather than the past. And so we're definitely got a bit more momentum going on with when this happens. We've also still got the trine with Jupiter on this day. So again, a lot of wisdom coming from your foundational space, pouring into this, which I really love. A lot of confidence. On the 15th of September, this is the new moon in Virgo. So at the time of this moon being exact, this is Mercury still retrograde, right? But this is the day that's going to station. I'm going to be doing a lunation video on that, so I will talk about that more in that video. But I love how we've got all the power of the retrograde. So like people who have Mercury retrograde can be incredibly intelligent because they're bringing depth to something. They're able to think, contemplate from their own space rather than just like parroting what other people say. And so we've got all the power of Mercury stationaring direct. Told you already, this is powerful energy, right? And this is feeding into that new moon of like what new cycle you're instigating for the next 6 months in terms of this dynamic. Pretty powerful. And then later on that day, Mercury's going direct. Right, so now we're on the third part of the journey, right? This is when we're going off piste, right? We can navigate down different paths with confidence. We're bringing in new ways of engaging with the world, and like this is when we're building up that integration before things then really start to kick off after the 30th of September. On this day, the sun is trine Uranus. So again, very independent energy feeding into the sun, which is being influenced by Mercury, of like that energy being instigated into that forward motion, like very confident in who you are, coming up with perhaps inspirational ideas on this day that is going to then propel you forward in this further movement. Not only that, but Black Moon Lilith is an asteroid and she's entered Virgo. Okay, so she's conjunct Mercury. The Lilith mythology, go check it out. I'm not going to talk too much about it, but essentially in the nutshell, she's like, well, you're allowed to do that, but you've told me I can't do it, but you haven't given me a good reason why. I'm off. I'm out. Bye. If you're not going to communicate and treat me with respect and equality, I'm out. I'm gone. Very independent. Love that energy. Of just like, I'm here. I will listen to what you say, but if you're going to be rigid and dogmatic, and have structures that don't make sense to me, I'm out. I'm gone. And so we've got this combination with Lilith, Mercury on the day it's moving forward of like, again, really instilling this independent energy of making sure you're prepared to engage with other people, but not if they're taking away from your experience for no reason whatsoever in order to feel good about themselves, right? You know, there's a real sense of wanting to bring in fairness into this dynamic. And not only that, but it's opposite Saturn. So again, we've got the opposition with Saturn, which is more, and this is bringing that integrity of your resources that you have and how you value yourself, not getting knocked off by the outside world. On the 30th of September, this is now when Mercury has moved out of the retrograde degrees, right? So this is when things start going in general. And this is opposite. This is trine Uranus. So again, really instigating that independence, that maverick way, that unique way of looking at things, that being able to be confident in yourself, in the way that you engage with the outside world, and facilitating a regrowth in the resource exchange. We also have it with that trine with Pluto. So again, going back to that grand Earth trine in your 12th house of uncovering resources of magic, of skills, of soul skills. You're re-remembering them. The downloads that we're getting, remember, it's all about re-remembering things that are already innate within us that are just getting activated. And we've got an opposition with Neptune. And so this opposition with Neptune is like the final aspect that Mercury is making. And this grand trine as well is still very influenced of like bringing that magic in now that we're setting forth on the new section of the book that we're on. Also on this day, we've got a super powerful transit that is with Venus and Juno over in Leo. Juno represents commitment, your ride or die through thick or thin, that it's you know, it's not about putting up with like a difficult situation but it's about acknowledging that we can still move forward with something even if it's not completely what it is that we she represents commitment. And so she's they're conjunct Venus, so Venus is now direct. She's not quite out of shadow. That's going to be on the 7th of October, but there's this acknowledgement of your heart space in those one-to-one relationships, what you need from them, how you want them to show up, and a commitment to that, with this sextile to Mars over in Libra. So Mars is, and this is also Mars. Okay, let me finish. Mars is in Libra, conjunct the south node. Venus rules the south node. Mars is ruling the north node at the moment. And so we've got this sextile, creation energy, connection energy, like finding harmony and appreciation and value between that Venusian Juno commitment to the Mars action, passion, drive, with the south node of refining our social dynamics. You've got Libra up in the 9th house of how you see yourself in the world. So you would be taking action to implement manifesting your understanding of your perspectives, and taking action perhaps out in the world, maybe in somewhere you're unfamiliar with, that is feeding into this Leo energy of, okay, right, how do we get like instigating that alignment of your one-to-one relationships with how you see yourself, like getting free, drawing towards you individuals who match that frequency of how you tap into the universe. And the moon is over in Aries, where you have your 3rd house of communication on the north node on this day, is like being able to express yourself confidently in who you are. So I really love that combination with the fact that we've got Mercury in Virgo with the give and take, right? So we've got this boost happening of balancing and finding harmony between your perspectives of the universe and how people are turning up in your life with the way that you communicate, and making sure that that is in alignment with this new part of the journey of Mercury going, hey, this give and take, we're going to make sure that this is in flow, right? And facilitating your 3D experience. On the 2nd of October, we've got the opposition with Neptune. This is just as Mercury is going to move into Libra. Love that. As I said, instigating the magic of your resources into the give and take that you have with the outside world, being able to be respected and honored with that, what it is that you have to give. As well as a new understanding of your value of yourself as a multidimensional being, and how that is impacting how future energy is moving forward, with the give and take between you and the outside world. The moon will also be on Uranus. Uranus has played a big part in this transit, and so if we're finishing off with the moon in its exaltation in your foundational space, and maybe just really enjoying an experience in your private life on that day that is like summing up everything that's just happened. Right, okay, they've put the deck down. So you just had the yang day side of the reading where it's all extroverted, it's all go, it's all stimulation. So the action side. And now we need the rest and the night side. And this is when I'm going to go quiet. So they put the deck down, but they're going to want to do some energy work, and they'll move the cards around. So when the energies move the cards around, I have to soften my mind. And so I find it difficult to channel, think and talk at the same time while I'm doing it. So while I'm quiet, let your mind soften as well. You just had so much information thrown at you, and now is the time to just let that all digest, right? Don't force trying to figure it all out. See what intuitive hits are coming up in relation to this retrograde, and then I will come back around the other side and I will integrate the tarot into everything that has just been said. All righto. 3 5s, 2 6s. Okay, all right. As well as nearly all of the major arcana. Okay, Aquarius. So, this is the energy of what's going on for the shadow phase. We have 5 of Pentacles, 5 of Wands, crossed with the 10 of Pentacles, followed up by the 7 of... right. Okay. All right. I see what they're doing. I think they're letting me know that this is an evolutionary process to get from here to here. Seven of Wands, the Moon, and the 6 of Swords. So, 2 5s crossed with a 10. These are difficult energies, right? This card always, not always, that's an exaggeration, a lot of the time comes up for the 8th house, right? The 5 of Pentacles is feeling left out in the cold. You know, feeling like that for a long time. You see here these figures there, they've clearly been out on their own, outside of the support of society, the support of the people around them for a long time. And there's an acknowledgement of the weight and the heaviness of this energy of it's also a sense of being in lack mode, and I don't mean that in a way of diminishing anybody's experience that they've genuinely have felt this, but so often we get vibrational frequencies that then ripple out in the way that the outside world treats us. You know, you see it in natal charts, and it's just something that needs to be right. Anyway, I'm not gonna... But this is a feeling like the outside world or the relationships that you're in aren't giving what you're putting into it. Or for some of you, this could be you leaving people out in the cold. You know, it's both we can do both of those things. We can be both that which withholds and that which gives, and so it's acknowledging that we have the capacity of that within us all. But with the 5 of Wands, this is sort of saying that not only do you feel like there's okay, for those of you, you're like, this energy isn't part of my life, I don't know what you're talking about, I've been working on my stuff and this is not how it's showing up. When this does show up, the stronger message can be for some of people, but some of you, like, it's the nuances right in your unconscious space. Remember, we've got Pluto over in your 12th house of your unconscious, digging up the from the depths. And so it's like there's little slithers, right? So many people like who do manifestation, like, oh, it's not coming true, it's not working. It's like, that's usually because there's some deep unconscious limiting beliefs that's blocking us. That's why psychotherapy, not psychotherapy, psychedelics, plant medicine, doing certain rituals, breath work, really intense holotropic breath work can help rejig the neural pathways and break limiting beliefs that are stuck in your unconscious mind, which is that will then help free you up. There are other ways of doing it, but those are sort of like really intense things. I feel like being incredibly mindful and then noticing that the cycles of astrology tend to activate these things as well. Like it's a longer journey, perhaps with those other things you sort of sidestepping a lot of the journey that your soul's signed up for. They are wonderful though, don't get me wrong. I just each their own. They've certainly helped transform my life, that's for sure. We got the 5 of Pentacles, 5 of Wands. We got the 5 of Swords later on. And this is saying that there's been conflict, there's been challenges, there's been a lot of change or not feeling steady, with feeling supported from the outside world. And that's everything other than your internal space. We've got the 5 of Wands. This is, for me, this is chaos energy, right? There's a lot of movement, there's a lot of momentum, but it's not getting anywhere, right? There's a frustration there of things not manifesting in the way that you would like. Like there's a lot of energy being drained there. Like Virgo likes energy to be in flow. This is not in flow. I mean, it's fun. It could be really fun to do in the moment. I'm not invalidating the very playful energy of that 5 of Wands, but the fact that it's coming up with the 5 of Pentacles, and crossed with the 10 of Wands is saying this is more of a sort of a stagnant, stuck energy that needs to be unblocked, right? We've got it crossed with they're crossed with the 10 of Wands. This is acknowledging a shift and change away from burden and oppressiveness of like feeling like nothing, you're not getting anywhere, you're not getting the resources you need, you're in fact you're doing all of the heavy lifting. And you'll burn out. That by crossing it, it's saying this is in transition phase before it's turning upright. We've also got a lot of stuff going on in your 4th house, which is linked into ancestral work. When 10s show up, it is very karmic, and it's not just the things that our soul signed up for from previous incarnations, but also other contracts that we've taken on that burden, burden, however you want to look at it, or responsibility or duty or honor, to transform energy for the ancestors, right? Especially with what you've got going on in your 4th house, Aquarius. Like, you are doing a lot of transformational ancestral work, whether you know it or not. Like, so few people in the human species have been able to be themselves, right? That Uranian energy, have been confident and free to be able to express their needs and their desires going through the world, right? And this coming up is saying you are this shadow phase. This is the unconscious bringing things up, letting you know what's going on. You might be even doing some big clearing work during as well. It's not just limited to the retrograde itself, that you're going over this territory that's helping instigate this clearing motion. And we've got this with they've also had the 7 of Wands crossing it. It was originally up this way, but they've now moved it to be the same sort of vibe as that 10 of Wands, right? This figure, they have something to offer. We all have something to offer. We are all the universe manifest in individual form, but so rarely do we understand and see it clearly, okay? This person's on a cliff. They are on the, they've got the higher ground. So there's an element of what they have to offer is of value. That's across the board for all of you, whether you know it or not. And look at this figure. This figure doesn't know it, right? Look how unsteady they are. They're wearing different shoes. Nothing wrong with wearing 2 different shoes, but imagine wearing a boot with a heel and then a flat. You're going to feel a bit unsteady. You'll probably get used to it. But when you're trying to fight off these other 6 sticks, that's going to be a little bit disruptive, right? So there's an element of they're feeling like you are in competition, right? And that's what, you know, just not, just that. Oh, competition, you should be in competition with yourself, not with the outside world. I'm not going to get all sentimental about the frustration with the dynamics of our current social structures, but this is really calling of like acknowledge it, like truly acknowledging what it is within you. This isn't from a blown up ego or an unintegrated pride. This is about really being at peace with yourself, the good, the bad, and the ugly, the stuff that isn't necessarily that thing that you value, and still acknowledging that. And through that integration, you then embody this space of not really needing to look at the outside world. And when you do that, when you're able to truly understand you have all the resources you need within you, that's when this navigation through the world becomes a lot easier. Right, and not letting those blocks be the end of you being able to embody this, okay? Not getting knocked off your perch by not being able to have that or this interaction that may have caused you hurt, maybe trigger, made you go inward, and maybe you feel like you doubt what you've got. This is about the good, the bad, and the ugly, you being able to find that innate inner confidence. And by valuing yourself at a very deep integrated level, you'll often find it coming back to you. So the judgment, right, and the self-criticism, I was going through a stage, I mean, my whole life has been pretty much like this up until recently, that my brain would self-annihilate me every day, right, and just come up with all the ways of what you're doing wrong. And through that self-criticism and that internalized judgment, it then started happening around me from people where it shouldn't have been happening. Like, they had no reason to start embodying that internal journey that I was on. But it was the universe providing mirrors to help you integrate that. The less we're doing that, the more that there's a flow, there's a sense of a feedback loop that comes in, that's based off of a space of if you're respecting your inner journey, even the difficult stuff, then you'll get that from the outside world. So we've got this, again, we've got a cross. So this is acknowledging that this shadow phase is helping, is a transition, right? And that's backed up even more by the cards, that this card, right? So we've got the moon and we've got the Six of Swords of what's crowning this shadow phase, clearing away illusions of the moon, clearing away delusions that we may have, that we may have not been able to see things clearly, but also really harnessing your intuition. And your intuition about what it is that you need, right? And what it is that you want from the outside world. And really being able to tap on a very deeper level. Remember, this is also Pisces. So an acknowledgement of the skills and the qualities that you have within you, that you're able to then bring into the world. And so the shadow phase, as I said, bringing up stuff from your unconscious space. The moon is our intuition and our deep unconscious space of how we connect to our needs being met through this journey. You're moving through, you're finding clarity through the delusions of certain ideologies, of limiting beliefs that may have happened from a very early age or past lives, or your ancestors, that we're now being able to see things with a deep sensitivity and understanding of why it's all happened, right? And where we've got to where we've got as well. And this is with the Six of Swords, which is about moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. Okay, so now we're heading into new territory. We're heading into the retrograde with all the skills that we need in order to tackle it, right? This is acknowledging your very protective energy, the Six is, so you're being guided into a new environment, a new dynamic with the outside world that isn't based on illusion, but is it based on high magic. Okie dokie. Yeah. The 8th house can be a really psychic house, because you're able to tap into the other outside resources. Yeah, just tapping around my head up to the crown, sort of opening up the crown. Whoa, okay. I didn't sign up for that. Are they just having me move all the way back? Oh. All right. Okie dokie. So there's a lot of momentum, there's a lot of movement. Acknowledging a shift of the burden, right? It doesn't mean that there isn't going to be hard work, that things aren't going to require effort. Effort is a wonderful thing. It's very satisfying, but it's when it's so out of balance that you're hunched over and you can't even see what's going on. You can't see clearly. You've been swamped. Okay, right. So for the retrograde itself, we have the Star and the Empress. What a lovely combination. What a beautiful combination of deep healing, deep emotional healing. The Star card is about being able to hope and dream again. So moving through that chaos energy, that conflict energy. The Star is this is your card, Aquarius, right? This is, she is unclothed. She is she has no masks. She's authentically herself, right? And I really love that about the Star card. That this is again highlighting this journey of you through this deep healing that this retrograde is doing. Mercury also was a healer linked into doctors. That this is reevaluating those boundaries, those limitations, those frustrations that you've had. Okay, they're sort of moving over the water, and it's kind of fixed. It's like a lake, and Scorpio is very much linked into fixed water energy, and that is in your 10th house, and that moon is sextiling, so thinking about your life purpose as well. She's nourishing the fixed energy as well as nourishing the earth, so the ability to get an alignment, as I said, with that 10th house energy of where you're headed. This is about being able to hope and dream. This is star energy of like galactic and earth energy being combined, of being able to bring in galactic light into the 3D realm, which is the goal, right? Let's integrate rather than separate. As I said, like star energy, like you being we've gone from the moon to the star, and we're going to have the sun of like more and more visibility, more and more acknowledgement of self in these dynamics with Venus. Okay, they're wanting to pick up the Seven of Wands. So Venus is coming along, well, the Empress, sorry. Venus and the Empress. So the Empress wants you to enjoy the 3D realm. Very fertile energy. Okay, so great showing up in the 8th house of a sense of abundance, of opportunities coming in with this reassessment with the retrograde. So we're going over these contracts that are bringing in, we're reassessing those contracts that are bringing in this sense of abundance. I can't tell if they're just tapping around the gut area or not. So, okay, that's making me think about the moon and your intuition, like strengthening your intuition and being very there's a bit more flow coming in of you being very confident in who you are. Again, that abundance of the 8th house of through deep healing and deep understanding and being able to see the light within yourself, that's drawing in new dynamics, relationships. Remember that square with Vesta and Gemini of really being able to heal whatever blockages around your creation energy that have stopped you realizing, bringing a joy and a spring in your step that may have impacted you, your engagement with the outside world, and like really finding the opportunities through your creation energy in order to tap into you truly understanding your own value. We got this with the five of swords, the Ace of Cups, and the Four of Wands. So it's the third and final 5, and it's in reverse. So this card's a difficult card, right? I always feel uncomfortable whenever I look at it. And this is about winning at all costs. This is about the bully in the room. It's also about victim mentality as well. But bullies beget bullies, so trauma begets trauma. Do you need to stay stuck in that victim mode? But it's sort of like, why? What was the point of this? Was it worth it? Was it worth it? It's in reverse. And with the bully in the room is sort of this understanding of equality coming in, of like that conflict, that frustration, the harsh words, the difficulties. If you've had issues in relationships where there might have been this dynamic where prioritizing one side over the other rather than being in a state of equality, this is shifting with this retrograde. This is a real sort of maybe that feeling that everyone else has all the resources and you don't, of people being critical of your resources as well and what you give, that sort of thing could come up. Of that's being cleared out because it's in reverse. It's like this retrograde is helping you be at peace with whatever's going on, and you're not needing to go into conflict mode because of it, right? So there isn't that need for jaggedness, and this is further confirmed by the Ace of Cups. So this is a renewal of love. Okay, aces are very powerful. They're very yes energy. There's a dove here, the dove of peace. You look at this water like the star card of nourishing, a state of abundance, bringing in a state of abundance, right? And so for those of you where it is about your dynamics with other people and not necessarily the world at large, this is whatever difficulties you've been going through, a release of the relationships that haven't been working, as well as upgrading any relationships that you have instigated, right? So and that release, it isn't a rejection of that person, but an acknowledgement that your souls have had a certain contract that have got you to a certain point, and that's where that's ended, and now there's a shift into another dimension. Okay, so they're going to go off and do other soul contracts, right? It's all like, it's never about rejection. It is an acknowledgement of growth and where are we headed next. With the Four of what? All right, let's skip too quick over this. So this phrase, the phrase that I always think of when I look at this is give from your saucer, not from your cup. So when we give from our cup, we deplete our inner resources, the emotional body, right? Our imagination, our creativity, the sort of the emotional aspect of love and all of our how many times I'm going to say emotion, that when we give from our cup, we're giving from a state of depletion. When we give from our saucer, it's not being selfish. When we give from our saucer, we give from a state of abundance. We are putting that abundance energy out there. This is saying there's a renewal in your interaction with the outside world. There's a renewal within you in how you navigate that and how you give from that space. You're giving from a space of peace rather from that space of conflict. Like, look at the difference of those two. Okay, that's a huge shift in what's going on, of like there's now peace rather than discord. You're clearing out those traumas that have given you dis-ease or given you an unease and not being able to be at peace in the outside world, or think that you deserve abundance come your way, like giving it to yourself, your feedback loop. Four of Wands. This is the celebration card. This is after putting in the hard work. This is linked into the harvest, right? Harvests take a while to come into fruition. This is a big milestone of completion of putting in a lot of hard work, a lot of due diligence. This can be linked into marriage and commitment in relationships. So for those of you, if that's ringing bells, that might be a thing. But just in general, this is a celebration with like-minded people of all the work that's been put in, right? So an acknowledgement of this shift of dynamic, this retrograde is bringing about a deeper understanding of, oh, it's good to put in hard work, it's good to have an exchange, it's good to share, but again, it's this abundance energy coming in of like a celebration, or a shift in celebration in the way that you engage with the outside world and the way the outside world engages with you. And by world, I also mean universe. A revamp. Yeah, no, with that Five of Swords as well, the self-criticism, the judgment, the self-judgment, the criticism of the outside world, of like that being in balance, and more there's a sense of cooperation and love coming in, which actually in the long term facilitates energy flow, rather than sort of more sharp daggers of poking of like, that's wrong or that's not working. There are other ways of communicating that are coming through from different dimensions. And from the mother herself, the earth. Combining that star card of bringing from the galactic to the earth in combination, that isn't having us be so short-sighted. Okay, how this energy, so this is the direct motion of Mercury in Virgo. So we're still going over old territory, but we're looking forward now. We're moving forward. I love the Sun and the Lovers with this, because this is acknowledging you being able to see clearly information in order to help you make decisions with how you engage with things. So the Sun is about vitality, clarity. There's joy here. There's the kid with the sunflowers on, of like really being able to such brightness coming in, of feeling good in the outside world, but also that clarity. I'm really getting strongly the word clarity with this particular reading. With the Lovers is the Gemini card. So for some of you, that is vision and clarity around your creation energy, whether that be with in terms of romance, or whether that be in terms of like really creative pursuits you've been reassessing. That with the Lovers card, it's all about making decisions based on the information that you need in order to move forward, right? There's a mountain here representing the higher perspective. There's the masculine, feminine, and spirit. An integration of all of these is when we're able to really move through the world at any crossroads that we're at with the clarity and understanding that we need in order to make the decisions that are right for you. We've got the Victory card. This is the Six of Wands. And so this is an honoring of everything that you've been doing. Okay, so for those of you who what do I want to say? It's just sort of it. So with the Six of Wands, this is a celebration of the community of what you've been doing, and so it can be that you've been working on a project and now you're being celebrated for with this retrograde. It could be that you may have felt a lack of visibility with the outside world, and that is now, despite like putting in the effort, putting that sense of burden, that being weighted down, that this is now being, your resources are now being acknowledged, and there's an exchange and a celebration and an acknowledgement from the outside world about what it is that you have to offer to the community. So yeah, there's a real sense of celebration celebration and a victory of where you're at and what you've been doing with this direct motion of looking at things in a different way, of being able to celebrate yourself, and see clearly what you have to offer to the outside world, as well as getting vision and options, right? So this is crossroads, options coming in, and helping take you to a space of feeling recognized and supported by the outside world. There's a real acknowledgement of a boost in your creative energy that you're able to then share with the outside world. And with this, it's like, you know, the give and take, right? If you give too much or take too much, this is acknowledging what you've put into something, having worked through it and found that healing within yourself, and like giving yourself abundance as well as the outside, and through that then is able, the resources that you have to give to the outside world are manifold. So there's a real sort of acknowledgement of, okay, we appreciate what you've been doing, and that can be from spirit as well. That can be a real celebration of the shift that you've done in this transit. Just gonna pause for a second and hydrate. I'm also getting this real confidence in moving forward, that it's like you're moving forward, like they're about to go and have a feast and like drink drinks and be celebrated, that there's a real sense of moving away from burden and feeling overburdened, and not supported, to being supported and being able to just enjoy the dynamic, rather than feeling like it's oppressive or heavy or conflict driven. That this is moving into a new part of the cycle where you're more confident, you're more sure of who you are, right? You're able to acknowledge your own deeds and what it is that you are and how they contribute to the outside world, right? Okay, okie dokie. But yeah, really great cards, like really good cards. Especially those of you when it's like about relationships, that there's, having gone through some difficulties, there's light at the other end of the tunnel, that there's a leveling up going on, with the interchange, the give and take between you and the other person, and you're celebrating together, you're both being, there's an element of, you know, you have to return that of the other person acknowledging what it is that you have to offer, and therefore you are acknowledging that, and you're both moving through it to a space of victory. Okay, so how this energy is manifesting moving forward. We have the Magician, which is Mercury's card with the 10 of Cups. So a real shift in where we are and what we're doing. Okay, we've got from the 10 of Wands, which is that burden, we've got the 10 of Cups with the King of Pentacles, right? So this can show up in many different ways, but let's focus on what's going on. What am I talking about? 10 of Cups. Some of you, this is the happily ever after, right? With the nature of the 8th house, this can be about intimate relationships. You know, we've got the nuclear family here of like finally getting in balance of what you give and what that interplay into a union, which actually facilitates emotional contentment and commitment in every area of your life. That can definitely be a thing for some of you. Right, this is, as I said, the happily ever after card. It's not just about this nuclear family. Obviously, that is not what everybody's after and what everybody wants. This is just embody what that might feel like of every area of your life, having a sense of emotional fulfillment. It doesn't necessarily have to mean that everything's all going to be hunky-dory and every aspect is like that. It's more acknowledging that there is an aspect of your life that is going to fall into place, that is going to start a cycle of moving towards this, right? So yeah, look, so this is the only rainbow in the tarot, and for me the rainbow is the light body, is the chakras alignment within us. When light is refracted, it forms the rainbow, and you know, each and acknowledges that energetic body, light body that we have within us, right? These are also, chakra in Sanskrit is wheel. Okay, so these are all wheels that are in motion of emotional movement and contentment of those vortexes of the chakras being in alignment, right? So there's an element of enlightenment with this card, of being able to be at peace with everything that's going on around you, with an acknowledgement of of this is so far away from the conflict and the burden that there may be still situations that show up that way, but you're moving into a space because of this Mercury retrograde. It's the first one in 30 years in these signs with Saturn, that there's a real sense of integrity coming in, of the boundaries that you set and the dynamics that you have, that is for facilitating expansion. And we got it with the Magician and the King of Pentacles. So the Magician has all the resources it needs in order to take action, right? It has all the wand, the sword, the cup, the pentacle. It has the infinity symbol on it. It's this element of balance and knowing the ebb and flow of the resources and how to utilize them in order to make magic in the world, right? This is about the action-orientated element of magic, the extrovert, the yang day side of it. Like the other side of this journey is how you're going to be very confident in the way that you utilize your skills in the outside world. And also it almost is as if that the outside world, the other people, they're able to help facilitate, right? You're getting support and action potentially by other people that are helping bring in this sense of feeling good, right? It's also downloads coming from the 5D, so it's the give and take between you and the cosmos of instilling the sort of the magician energies in your being. They sort of did a little floaty action around my head and then around the heart chakra. And we've also got the King of Pentacles. So the King of Pentacles is all about the resources. Very abundant energy, very confident in taking action that is facilitating long-term commitment to abundance, right? So this balance between your second house and your eighth of really being able to know with confidence the resources that you have in order to take action and engagement in the outside world. Utilize the resources that you do engage with in order to create abundance and emotional contentment in your environment, right? And really be able to have the knack of being able to understand how to utilize those resources, as well as the actions that you have with other people are creating actions of abundance. That's not only for you, but for others. Okie dokie. Right, I'm going to pull some clarification cards for you, Aquarius. This is the numerology deck. All the decks are listed in the description box if any of them take your fancy. Whoa. Got time out. Yeah. Rest. Time out from this nonsense, right? Time out from that particular contract. Right. We're taking out that clause. We're working through it. We're transmuting that energy into something else. It's also a 10. So a 10 on a 10. And you end with a 10 as well. I do like that. Right, I'm going to pull a card from the First Light Tarot. Oh, that's upside down. Let's see what wants to come out from this for a... Got the High Priestess. So not only have you got the Magician, but you've got the High Priestess. This is about perception, hidden powers, reflection of ideas, and knowledge. So drawing towards you during this direct motion, there's stuff that's situations being drawn towards you that are in alignment with this new dynamic, and just not necessarily controlling things, but allowing things to unfold. Deep intuition, and with the gut energy in Virgo of really being able to streamline and facilitate and just and heal as well. Deep sense of healing. But yeah, perception, you're seeing clearly through this shift of this frequency that's happening with these very powerful aspects that are going on with this retrograde, that we've got a reflection of ideas. And what I like about that is, like, it is with that Pluto in your 12th, of revealing treasures in your unconscious space that then help transform relationship, the give and take of the 8th house, and strengthen the foundations, that you're going to start drawing towards you things that are deep within you, that are deep within your soul's journey, that you're then going to be able to take action on. Okay, one more card from the numerology deck for Aquarius. individuality. You know, that's what I've been talking about so much, of you being able to be confident being yourself and not necessarily right, even if we think we're confident, there's still going to be there's stuff deep in the unconscious space, and this is helping really crack that open. Okay, Aquarius, I am going to leave it at that. I hope you enjoyed that reading. If you resonated with any of this, if it gave you some perspective, helped with you understand what might be showing up, there are things that you can do. This is a growing channel, so all interaction on the channel really helps the algorithm push it out there into the world. And so liking the video, that really helps. Leaving a comment, even if it's just an emoji, or let me know what sign you're checking into. Personally, I love to hear from you about the astro weather, and I will get back to you. It's one of my favorite things. But in general, yeah, these are the things that you can do, as well as subscribe. Hello, new viewers, and welcome. And yeah, lots of different things. I won't bore you here. Do so if you feel so inclined. I really do appreciate your time and your energy. Thank you for being here with me. Be good to yourselves, Aquarius. Be good to those around you. And most importantly, be well until we meet again.